Hey, welcome. Just about to get started. Let me see. I'm going to share the screen with the image. Okay. So that's going to be the image. I wonder if I can get the image here. Hey. Oh, gosh darn it. Oh, bother. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to do one quick thing and then I'll get started. It's almost 5. I want to start as close to on time as I can. I just want to make sure that my cameras are facing in a good direction. I like what YouTube is doing, which I guess you're the only one I'm talking to so far, but we'll see. Okay, anyway. Okay, decent view. I got a request. Oh, hello. Hello, Dobsy. I hope I'm saying that right, but yeah, welcome. So yeah, I'm painting this cheetah. I really like the idea of gold leaf and backlight. The photo I'm using is pretty low contrast. I think the cheetah is completely in shadow, and that's just the blue light of the sky. And so I did a little preliminary drawing. I recorded it. I did that yesterday so that I could do multiple rounds of gold leaf if I had to. Like some of the seams, they're a little chunky, and that's okay because I'm going to turn those into branches, and I'm going to leave this in the negative space between the branches. So the chunkiness really wouldn't matter anyway, but I'm going to get rid of it regardless, and just leave those clean areas as best possible. The preliminary drawing work, I could just eliminate it and get grease down, which would make the painting process better, but I'm going to opt to paint on a dry surface, which, I don't know, it's not as fun. I mean, I can spread oil in just the places that aren't going to hit the lines, and that's perfectly fine too. So this is kind of a hybrid in between the two ideas. So it seems like I just contradicted myself, and you'd be right, I did. So I just want to avoid those lines a little bit. I'm going to go over them with umber, but in spreading the medium, I just don't want to spread umber everywhere. So mostly tans and kind of oranges of this cool light. The middle tones that aren't getting as much sky, they're going to be a little bit richer browns, a little bit warmer. And I'm hoping that there's enough backlight when I get these branches in, you'll really see it. But if I have to tone it down a little bit with a glaze, I'll do that. I'll do whatever it needs in problem solving. In my mind's eye, I can keep the, oh yeah, thanks. In my mind's eye, I can keep the relationship of the backlight to the background to the cheetah. But we'll see. It's just problem solving, so I'll figure it out. And so, like I said, this is a very quick drawing. I wanted just to have a reference for the composition and a basic proportion so that when I put the gold leaf on, I wouldn't have to paint over the gold leaf, which I have done many times. It's just, I like that little bit of absorbency of the panel for the beginning, so I can really slather on a layer of abstract paint. And by abstract, I mean just whatever I see when I squint. And I can just slather it on there, and that first round of oils absorbs into the boards, and then I can layer pretty well. Painting directly on the leaf, it's less absorbent. The painting gets a little slick. Again, with enough experience, that's not a big deal. And you know, I've done it many times painting on slick surfaces, especially like those Alla Prima figures that I do, because those Alla Prima figures, really, a lot of times I just paint over them. I'll do them. I'm proud of them. Whatever. I'll post them on Instagram, and then I just paint over them. I'll put a priming coat on it. Well, the ones on canvas lose, like, I don't know, all the tooth of the canvas weave, and so then it becomes pretty slick. You're painting on just oil, oil paint, and that's hardly absorbent at all. So I greased up the surface. Like I said, I'm just going to take some umber. I think I'm just going to use some green umber, and I'm going to go over my drawing lines. So just, you know, it's not like I can't lose them. I did them pretty quick, so it's not like they're going to be ultra accurate in the first place. But, you know, why backtrack when I don't have to? So I'm just going to reinforce my lines. This isn't going to be much thinking or redraw. It's just going to be simple pattern work. And I'm going to keep it pretty thin. My palette, titanium white, cad lemon, cad yellow medium. This is cad red medium, alizarin crimson. I usually don't have Naples. I don't know. I just had some around. I put it on. That's Naples, yellow ochre, burnt sienna. This is raw umber and then green umber, which again isn't part of my typical palette. Sometimes I'll have sap, but you know, I do a lot of my own greens with mixes. Phthalo blue, ultramarine blue, black. I like black. A lot of artists don't. I think it's a great tool. I don't think it needs to represent spectral color, because what I like to do is make sure that the colors of the shadows are really muted compared to the colors of the light. And it just allows me via color chroma to create a lot of contrast. And contrast is such a multifaceted thing that, you know, value contrast is probably the most important, arguably. I mean, the colorists might disagree, or, you know, the abstract expressionists or whatever, but for a realist like me, more of a classical guy, I think values are the most important thing. I think you can be very expressive if you get the values right. Then you can be pretty crazy with your colors, because it already works on a volume level. Really, what I'm most concerned about is the story of the light. So the story of the light is a direction, color, and intensity of the light. And the pattern of light and shadows is really a big part of that. It's going to tell you the intensity and the direction of the light. But then coloristically, if we can talk about the color of the light too, then we have another contrast of warm and cool. And if we talk about how light makes, you know, things vivid, then we also have a story of chroma. So so going back to black, why I like black so much as a pigment is because it makes things dark without adding chroma. So if I use blues or purple or green, I might add some color intensity that I don't want, so that my middle tones can be extra contrast via color chroma. So again, I'm not going to call anybody wrong. That's just the reason that I do what I do. And I have a whole ton of respect for everybody that, you know, just says, I do it this other way. It's different from yours. And that's the way the art world should work. We should all have our own take on it. Hey, Liz.
Hi, Hans. Are you recording?
No, thank you. Fortunately,
Recording in progress.
yeah, fortunately, YouTube is automatic. Well, it's live, so.
Right.
So I was just explaining to Dobbsy that, I did the preliminary drawing ahead of time, just so that I could get the gold leaf and the composition all right. And I only oiled up the places that didn't have the drawing lines. So right now I'm just going over some of the drawing lines that I already had from yesterday. Which, yeah, technically it doesn't let this be an alla prima. I don't care. Alla prima is a fun thing to brag about. Oh, I did this in one sitting. It really doesn't make much difference to a viewer of the painting. They see a good painting or a bad painting. I think alla prima lends itself to a lot of spontaneous brushwork. That time component doesn't allow for like anybody to really futz with extra detail and things like that, which I think can look really nice. So I do really highly respect alla prima, and I'm going to paint this in an alla prima style. But because I did the preliminary drawing first and the gold leaf, ahead of time, it's not truly an alla prima. I don't care. Hey, Lu Jing.
Hi, Eugene.
What I'm most excited about this is that silver eye. I was able to show Dobsy the reference photo. I haven't really figured out how to do that on my phone with Zoom, but I can show you my screen on my other computer, and you'll be able to see it. I'll do that in just a second. Let me complete this idea of redrawing my pencil lines.
Is the panel that you're painting on, is that silver?
Okay, so this panel, it's hard to see the silver because the gray is almost the same color, but there it is. There's that glow of the eye.
Right.
So the panel is just those. I really like them. It's those high density fiberboard panels with the house paint, the flat house paint. I think they paint great. I don't think they're quite as good as my homemade gesso panels, but they're really great for a nice quick painting. It has just that. It's kind of in that Goldilocks zone of absorbency. Not quite as much as the homemade gesso, but quite nice, I think.
Well, to get that, did you use silver leaf then?
I used this imitation stuff.
Okay.
So the Mona Lisa simple leaf stuff.
Okay.
And I did the video of the drawing and the leaf work. So when I redub all this, I'll take the live videos and speed them up. I'll throw in the preliminary stages.
Wow, I like this.
So I don't like videos. Well, okay, I like the videos themselves, but I find it a little unsatisfactory when videos like you see them start and it's a little rough, and then all of a sudden it just like camera cuts right to like this beautiful drawing, and you're like, well, how did they get there? How much did they struggle to get there? What kind of corrective work did they do? What kind of measurements did they take? I'm not calling it fraud or anything. I just like to see those steps. So on my videos, like it's more important to me to get 100% of the video in. So yeah, all the drawing and the gold leafing, that'll be in the speed up video. That's important to me. So I'm just taking green umber and going over my drawing lines. These were put in pretty fast and a little rough, so I'll be correcting a lot of this. But right now I'm not really that thinking about it too much. I'm just going over my lines. This cheetah, I think, is completely in shadow and getting the blue sky. So that's what made me think of backlight, kind of like your deer painting, Liz.
Right.
And so anytime I have a very low contrast photo, I think backlight. I think it's one of the fun ways of painting. In the photo too, there's no neck here. I'm just gonna make it up. So again, just like the lion and the ostrich, I'll just say I already know the cheetah experts of the world are gonna say, well, that neck isn't quite right. And again, the response is always going to be, wow, you really know your cheetahs. That's awesome. And then just sell it to somebody else, hopefully.
Yeah, I like that strategy.
Well, I truly am not a cheetah expert, so I'm just going to do the best I can using this photo. Okay, so the spots, I am going to roughly copy what I see, but if they're slightly off or there's not as many or too many or whatever, I'm not going to really care about that. So I do that with the lace tablecloths too. Is I'll start by copying, but inevitably I'm going to get my proportion just a tiny bit too big or too small, or maybe the pattern starts getting condensed a little bit, and then I just problem solve. Like I'll make a ripple where the lace seems like it's getting, like the pattern's getting a little condensed, or I'll create a stretch if the pattern seems like it's getting too big, and I'll just problem solve my way through it. So with cheetah here, I'm going to copy the pattern of spots, but you know, again, if it gets a little bit off and it's believable, I'm going to be quite all right with that. And so that's where you know, I'm not really beholden to this photo too much, other than I don't know enough about cheetahs to know what I can get away with and what I can't. Just kind of confident that if I don't have the spot count right, I'll be okay. So that's where this is going to take its own turn away from the photo. With backlight, this is going to be pretty low contrast. So the spots are going to really steal a lot of the show. And then that silver eye, I'm really going to try to play up that silver eye. I think that's going to be really cool. At least in my head it is. So we'll see. And here the spots get really big. That's like a leg or something. I think it's the hind leg. These spots are tiny. All the shapes can be used as measuring tools. So while I'm putting in this little shadow here, it helps me see if I have enough space for that light in the cheek, or this mid-tone here in the sort of zygomatic area. The last thing I'm worried about is whiskers. Those are going to be final touches, but they do help me strategize to say, I better not go too thick in here. So that's going to be part of my strategy, is to keep the paint a little on the thin side, especially in this area. I have a tendency to like thick paint a lot, so I have to really temper the way I like to paint and just keep my concentration as I'm building this in. Just remember that strategy, just not cake on the paint, because I really love texture as a contrast component. I was just talking about contrast can be so many different things other than value, which is, you know, for realists obviously the most important, but color temperature and color chroma and texture and thickness of paint, detail, all these things can be contrast elements. And the places that you want to bring the eye to, that's where you want to bring, you know, not only the most contrast by any sort of kind of standard of amount, but also the amount of types of pattern, of contrast. So these are going to be the whisker holes. I'm going to bust them up into little, you know, dots that the whiskers can come out of. All I'm doing right now is just using them as a spacer. this shadow either needs to get bigger or these stripes have to come down. It exposed the drawing problem. And if, oh, hey, Sandra. Yeah, I'll explain in just a second. Any student of mine will know that I emphasize that you can use anything as a drawing tool, as long as you're squinting and simplifying. So these little stripes of dots, I didn't worry about them being dots. I just wanted to use them as spacers to say that, okay, I better bring that shadow up. And then I have to decide, do I have to bring the whole jaw up or just the shadow shape? And in this case, I'm going to say just the shadow shape. I think the jaw is fine. It exposed something else, though. And again, all these are triumphs. Any mistake that you find right now is not a mistake. It's, I kind of shun the word mistake in the early stages of even my own work, but especially students, because we're just trying shapes. We're taking guesses, and the nature of guesses is they're going to need adjustment. I mean, period. And so to find the things that you need to adjust on this stage is a triumph. That means that you've really caught something before it became a problem, and you should celebrate if you can find something that's just not working when it's this early and this simple. So I'm going to go from very simple drawing shapes to very simple masses. Okay, so Sandra, yeah, you were here in the beginning. I did some preliminary drawing with a pencil so that I could put this gold leaf on. And I didn't do this part live. I did this yesterday just so I could do multiple rounds of the glue. And the glue needs like 20 minutes to set up. And yeah, I wanted to do all that ahead of time. But it's funky. This is that Mona Lisa, I guess distressed bronze or whatever. The label's in here somewhere. But really cool stuff. This is pure gold leaf that I did Friday as backlight. So what I really want as my idea here is to present that pure gold as backlight, which means I probably have to darken some of this background. But on all these seams, it's a little rough, because I probably could have done a better job reapplying a second round where the junctions were. But I was a little sloppy with it. It's not something I do too often, and that's okay, because the problem solve is going to be, I'm going to put some branches back here anyway, as if the cheetah's resting and there's a tree there. But that's also going to help with the gold leaf, because then that gold leaf becomes this bright moment amongst these darks of the branches. And so it might be subtle in these areas, but then you'll see that backlight really pop in those areas. So again, it was kind of like I had a loose idea and then a little bit of problem solve. And a lot of times, especially in this case, I'm excited about it because the problem solve is probably going to make it better than my first idea. And I always like to look out for stuff like that. Yeah, I was telling all of them, is like the thing I'm most excited about is that silver leaf in the eye. I'm going to try to leave it coming through. Gold leaf a lot of times loses a lot of its intensity, even with just a tiny, tiny bit of paint. So I'm going to see. I'm not going to let it destroy the painting. But the photo reference, I was able to share it before. I'll share it again. But the photo reference, it's like this really deep blue eye. And so that's going to be a little bit of phthalo blue into the silver, but I want to keep it so thin that the silver is still really shiny. Will you glaze the eye? Yeah. I'm going to glaze the eye. I'm going to try to get that deep blue, but I want the metal to come through. So it's got to be a glaze. It's got to be transparent. And then I got to make a choice. If the glaze kills the sheen of the silver, then what do? Do I keep the silver or do I keep the blue? And that's going to be a game time decision. What I want to do is just, I'll stay optimistic that just a little bit of that phthalo blue will not only be intense enough because phthalo is crazy intense, but also the silver will shine through. And so I think it's going to work. I'm optimistic about it. But again, it's going to be a wait and see type thing. Anytime you're doing maybe a little off the beaten track type things like gold leaf, there's going to be some problem solving. There's going to be some things that you don't expect. The challenge with leaf, and some people are absolute experts at this. I play around with it, but the challenge with leaf is that it's not terribly bright when the light's not on it, and when the light is on it, it's brighter than your brightest white. Like if I put pure white down, it's not going to be as bright as the leaf work when the leaf is shiny. So it's got to work simultaneously without the intensity and with the intensity, which again is just really tough. So I'm hoping for the best. I'm optimistic about it. I don't think I want to paint around all the spots, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and put a thin amount of like a preliminary color for the kitty cat. All right, so basically all I did is draw over my lines. There's nothing really fancy here yet. So the thing about backlight is that we're not going to have a very wide range of values. And with backlight too is the light source is very cool. It's the sky. So I'm going to warm up as I get darker and cool down as I get brighter. I'm not going to do anything terribly bright. I want the backlight to be the bright. It's going to be kind of low contrast, but for a cheetah, that really works because the spots kind of make it a cheetah, right? So that's where the high contrast is going to be. It's not going to be in light and shadow. So again, on so many different levels, I looked at this photo being really low contrast, and I thought, you know what? We're doing backlight. This is going to be so cool. Yeah, darker darks. Well, in this case, yeah, it's the spots that are going to be dark. It's not going to be the contrast of light and shadow. I don't know. It's going to be neat. I'm gonna have a fun time with this one. My starts usually are on the bold side. I have to be careful with that this time. Again, because of backlight. So I usually go for a pretty garish middle tone, and then I scale it back with the highlights and the turning grays. In this case, I'm going to start with the idea that I better stick to low contrast and make sure that it's bright enough for the spots, but not so bright that it hurts the backlight. So all of that's circulating my brain, and we'll see. But just like any start, I'm really gonna be very graceful. Maybe not graceful, very merciful to judge my first round of guessing. This is gonna just blocking it in, even if it's all wrong, will give me more information than I had when I started. So it's all very helpful, even if it's all wrong. And I'm gonna trust in my experience to take good guesses, but I'm also gonna trust the idea that I can't see anything yet. There's nothing in context. So even if I put down a value that I know is kind of off, it's better for me to just keep moving than it is for me to perfect any one spot. So that's the thought process I have going in right now. This is a really excellent time to talk about just that, is that I put in this gray. It's supposed to be bright, and it wasn't. So that means that my midtone isn't dark enough. And that's just as I add elements, I'm going to know better what I'm doing. So now I can come in and get a value that supports that light right on top of the nose with just more information. So again, I'm just going to put a note there, and I'm going to keep moving. I might already be a little on the warm side for these brighter areas. I'm just going to put a pin in it. I'm going to keep moving and reassess, just like I was talking about a second ago. I'll show everybody the photo reference as soon as I get this big shape block in. Be a good resting spot anyway. Taking small breaks is a great strategy. I highly recommend it. So a lot of times with these Alla Primas, I keep hacking away. These would turn out better if I just stepped away from the painting for a small moment and got my first impression again. And I'll do that to show everybody the photo reference again. Well, actually, only one person saw it. Just you, Dopsy. Everyone else is like, I didn't see it. Ooh, that ridge, that's no good. All right, so after I get the spots in, I might go thick enough to get rid of that ridge, or I could take a small moment and cut it off. Let's see how well that goes. Nope, thick paint it is. I'll go thick paint there, but after I get the spots in. The only place I'm really worried about thick paint is right in here where the whiskers are. Ideally, all I do for the whiskers is single brush strokes, but those paint, like the bold paint happens when you're painting thicker than the previous layer. And those detail brushes hardly any paint. I did it. Hey, talking is proving to be difficult. Yeah, so because those detail brushes hardly hold any paint, then I have to stay pretty thin in here. The saving grace can be is like, let's say my habits of painting with thick paint, I accidentally do it. Then I'll take a palette knife and scrape some of the volume of the paint off. You hardly lose any detail doing that, so I'm not really that worried about it. So what I'm doing here with medium is I've got black oil, and black oil has a lot of lead monoxide in it, which, yeah, sounds scary, but you know, I'm not reckless with my paint. I don't chew on my brushes, and I don't you know, I don't pick up things that are going to go in my mouth or in the kitchen with you know, paint laden hands and things like that. So yeah, I'd understand why people are a little apprehensive about it, but what the black oil is going to do, in combination with the absorbency of the board, is it's going to simultaneously absorb some of the grease, and that lead is acicative, so it's going to enable the oils to dry a little bit and set up. So I'm really keeping it quite thin, and I'm covering a lot of ground really fast, knowing that when I want to put the spots in on top of this, I'll have a lot of purchase without swimming in wet paint. You know, not that I can't handle that. That's just, you just got to apply thicker than previously before. But like I'm saying, is the whiskers will be better if I have thin paint there. So every painting has its, you know, a little bit of strategy. They all have their little problem solves. And sometimes I guess wrong at those. A lot of times I'll guess right, just because I've made a lot of paintings over a long period of time, and you form these little strategies as you go. I have a feeling I'm keyed up just a little bit high, and especially considering this dark in here. Yeah, we'll see when I get the dots in. The strategy behind the dots, I just don't want to paint around tiny shapes, and so I'm doing the values around the dots first, and then I'll put the dots in on top. I could really see the strategy being paint around the dots just for the sake of having the darks be clean without all this kind of haziness of opaque paint in there. But I don't know. I made it an executive decision. It's going to be, you know, just maybe a little easier to superimpose the dots with all this surrounding information being mostly right than it would be to paint around the dots. I don't really want to paint around the dots. Now, how this looks against the background, again, that's going to be standing back and reflecting on it. Don't truly know yet. Ooh, that was glary. I'm not really doing directional brush strokes yet. There might be a suggestion that I am, but really what I'm looking for is volume. So if I see a direction, like all these brush strokes are going in the same direction, I'll counter that brush stroke with the next one and create, you know, volume really is multifaceted. It's moving in a lot of different directions. So if I have all the brush strokes going in one direction, it might suggest like the hairs are going in one direction or not, but I'm not worried about hairs yet. I'm worried about masses. And so I'd rather have voluminous information than than directional line work. So when we get into the meat of the painting, yeah, I might suggest a direction with these hairs, but the thing is with cheetah fur, it's pretty small in the head. So there might be a little bit of directions to do going this way in the cheek. All this is so fine. Really just the softness would be more than enough. It wouldn't need directional line work. The line was a little different. The mane definitely had directions to it. The chin definitely had directions to it. Some of the facial muscles definitely had direction. But that had a lot more light too, on top of being, you know, different fur. So all that has the chance of going through my head just simply because, you know, I don't have to concentrate on the fundamentals quite as much as I used to. So it just seems like it's a lot to process all at the same time. It is. You know, it's just it's less less daunting now that I'm not simultaneously worrying about, you know, painting technique, just because that's so kind of established now. Dobsy, the photo I got, there are free reference sites for images. This one I think is from Pexels, either Pexels or Upsplash, and I gave credit to the photographer on my YouTube page. I really liked it. I thought there was a lot of potential for backlight, which in the photo reference, this is going to look a lot different from that photo reference. So it's not going to be a direct copy. Not that there'd be anything wrong with that. The photographer is putting up free references, and you know, it's fair game to paint from them. But I usually like to put my own personal stamps on photos anyway, so I'm not copying this verbatim. Especially with, you know, the backlight. The backlight is what fascinated me the most about this. The photo does not have backlight. All right. In here, I could opt to do the pattern because the spots here are really big. They'd be easy to paint around. So that might be the better strategy here. I was talking about why I didn't do the dots first in little kitty's face. It's because painting around the dots would be, I don't know, irritating. It'd be slow. I wouldn't want to lose the dots if I made a mistake. And that's when it can become a mistake. If you're losing a lot of hard work, you can either paint so stiff because you're protecting all these tiny little shapes, or you can make some really bad choices. You can decide that even though it's wrong, I'm not gonna fix it because I did all this hard work. That's a really, I think, a lot of times a very poor decision. Other times you might redesign the entire painting to make a detail spot work. I think that's super inefficient. It might lead to a good painting in the end, but very inefficient. And then the frustration factor. If you lose that detail note, it's going to be disappointing. You worked really hard on it and it looked great, and you don't want to lose it. So in this case, I didn't want to do the pattern and then have to paint so stiff that I couldn't lose them. And I don't know. We'll see if that's the right choice. I think it is. It might be a better choice for somebody else to do the spots. So I don't want to kind of necessarily say it's a right or wrong. Because I know the way I like to paint. I like to paint simple abstract shapes and refine them into the patterns of light and shadow. Those 5 values of light. and then I like to refine those shapes down. And sometimes I have a style in mind that I want to stick to. A lot of times I'll let the painting speak to me, and yeah. I mean, I'd say more times than not, I'll just have an eye out for what the painting is doing and what it needs. And sometimes I'm very pleasantly surprised with an early stage that I just want to keep as a loose painting. And I always like to have I just want to leave that possibility open. Just like the ostrich, I could decide to put some green in here. But I think this cheetah, I don't know if they sit in trees or not, but like the background is like this photograph blur that kind of suggests trees. I don't truly know what that is, and I don't really care. I'm gonna make trees out of it, but I don't want to invent that the cheetah is on the in the trees, because I don't really know if they stay in trees. If they're in the savannah, are there even trees big enough for cheetahs to sit in? I mean, I really don't know. So I don't want to make up something that might really take it out of the characteristics of a cheetah. And then have all the cheetah experts slam me for not knowing my cheetahs. I'm not worried about them. I'm just joking. But I don't want to misrepresent the breed, the species. Yeah, I'll show that photo reference pretty soon. I just wanted to get this big shape blocking in, because my first round of decision making, I'm not 100% sold that it's working yet. I think it's got a lot of potential. I don't look for it to work yet in most paintings that this is just the block in. I don't truly know if it's working with the gold leaf yet, because I need to walk around the room and see what it looks like with bright light bouncing off of that gold and weak light bouncing off of that gold, or not much at all. I am still missing a major element in the background, and that's the branches, because the branches are going to explain that the gold leaf just has some darks to read against. Like, I don't think that's enough contrast, but it doesn't have to be high contrast everywhere. It just needs to be found enough for lost and found. And again, I have no way of telling that yet. The way I could know if it ahead of time if it was working, if I did some preliminary studies. But I didn't. So so there's that. And I don't have to get these spots right. I'm going to keep them thin, and I'll paint around them because they're big. And I'm not going to worry about being perfect with them, because I think you'll get the story enough, and it's not the focal area. This is going to be the focal area. So you can get away with things in the background if they're little on the subtle side. And I'd say the bigger mistake here would be if I did anything that's distracting from the face, more so than if I got the spot count right, or if the proportions are a little off. I'm not so worried about that. I have a frame. I mean, I'll wait and see if I use that frame. I might even cut it down. I mean, I don't know, but it's going to be problem solving from start to finish, even after I get that signature on it and call it done. Quite willing to crop a painting down to make it work. I feel like I'm talking too much. Let's just chit chat about stuff. It can be about the painting, but it doesn't have to be. Thank you, Dobsy. Oh, great. Okay, well, that's good news. So, Sandra, you know your cheetahs, huh? I don't. I I I only figured this out by doing it, but I'm actually pretty good at deciphering complicated patterns. I mean, it just came to be that I did enough of them, and it's like, hey, that went pretty smooth. Like lace tablecloths and weird patterns on gourds and things like that. I do actually a lot. I don't know why I'm drawn to deciphering complicated patterns. They're daunting to some people, and then other things are daunting to me, like those really super subtle portraits. I don't really have a very subtle style, so that's not up my alley. Not because I don't appreciate it. I love them. It's not part of my skill set. This is 1214. Although it doesn't look like it. I'm probably wrong about that. I thought I had that was the size of the frame that I saw, that I was going to try to make it work, because this is I'm trying to generate some paintings for our animal show at the Schuler School, and we're doing a juried contest there, just like we do. We've done every year for the last, I don't know, 15 years or so. And doing these live, it's a nice little way of promoting it and getting some work for the walls. I'm not in the contest part because I just don't see how, if I got a prize, everyone would be thinking, well, that's that's not fair. And if I'm not eligible to get a prize, why would I be entering? So I just make the process simpler. I'm just on display as faculty and not part of the competition. But I don't know. I'm happy to do promo stuff for it and to represent the school. So that's what part of this is about. But do enjoy painting animals a lot. My friends go to safari. That's cool. And a pile of to-dos. Yeah, I've got some to-dos. Oh, speaking of which, yeah. So I do the Friday figures at the Schuler School, and every time I finish a figure there, I ask. I just generally ask, because like, oh, I don't want a model in model blocks or on a chair or something. What am I going to do with this? Support. And every time one of the participants there says, "You got to add a tiger." So I enjoy running gags so much, I'm deciding to add a tiger. So this is going to be fun. This is kind of composed over 3 different tigers, so I still don't like the proportions quite yet. But I'm gonna try to finish it by Saturday and just put it on an easel or something. But yeah, I'm gonna cut it up. I'm gonna get the paw shorter and the head smaller, and the stripe work and all that stuff. But that was on my to-dos for a long time. Gosh, when did we do that one, Liz?
Gosh, that's been a while. Maybe like 6 months ago.
Yeah, so that's been on my to-dos for 6 months.
Yeah, time has gone by really fast. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe 6 months.
I knew it was a long time ago, but I have zero sense of time nowadays. Just seems like I blink and it's another like year. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I will. I didn't record it, so I don't know. It'll just have to be maybe a post on YouTube and Instagram and stuff like that. I'll put it on my website, I'm sure. Okay, so these spots are really weak paint. I'm just really just doing design work. And I'm gonna paint around the I'm gonna paint around these darks. It might even turn out that they work. I doubt it because it's really thin paint. But I also don't want it to be very strong. I want this to be strong. So it's just one of those things. I'm putting it in just to get the information to build around. You know what I said, Liz, that I'd almost always correct is that I said I'm just. But in this case, it's an I'm just with a pretty decent strategy to it. So I'm gonna draw exception to that.
I didn't even catch it. I should be paying more attention.
Oh no, I've been rambling for too long to pay attention to.
How was class today?
Hit and miss. There's I mean, there were 6. I'm happy with that.
Oh, that's really
But
good.
just something happened that I'm really kind of concerned about. I don't want to talk about it because it involves somebody. But nothing that happened in class. It was just, well, I mean, it happened in class, but it wasn't about class. It wasn't about the school or anything or the teaching. But yeah, I'm just really concerned about really just 2 people that I don't know. I don't really want to air their business, but yeah, I'm very concerned for them.
It's this Friday is coming up. We have that walkthrough again.
No, she was wrong about. Well, maybe I misheard her. She said the deadline was Tuesday. I just got the application in. The application said it's not till May 10th.
Is that for the North Station thing?
It's one of those walkthroughs.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's not this Friday.
It's not this Friday.
Okay.
So either I didn't listen very good, which happens, or she was totally wrong. But either way, I've told people that, it doesn't matter.
I just was wondering what to prepare for.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a clothed model because I mean, maybe she'll be okay with, the typical figure painting. But
either way, it's fine.
It was one of the people that we met in the art walk, and I'm not sure it was really clear to her that it's usually a nude model. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me.
I think I told her that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I explained all that.
Okay.
But if we were having the walkthrough thing, then obviously we wouldn't do that.
No, that's totally wrong. But I don't know if it's my wrong or her wrong. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's not going to be this Friday. Because I could have sworn she said that it would have been good to have the tour go through and be able to see the show.
Oh, yeah.
But not May 10th.
No.
Were you there when she said that, though? I think she said it Friday.
I was not probably listening because she wasn't talking to me.
Okay.
So, but if the show is still up May 10th, then yeah, people can still see the show.
No, I mean, it'll have the scraps. I mean, the scraps probably just being, full-time students and, faculty.
Right.
I shouldn't call them scraps. I'm just saying, like, the paintings that get left over after everyone picks up their work.
Right.
Yeah, scrap sounds pretty bad. not intended to be bad.
I didn't know what you meant by that, but okay.
It's just really unfortunate choice of words.
Did you take those vegetables then?
I did, but remember how I had to go home because I left a lot of food out?
Oh, right.
I think I did that again leaving the school today. I think I left some ham and the rest of that cheese out. So that's a goner. Because it wasn't, huh?
At your house or at the school?
At the school. I was going to take it home.
You need a personal assistant.
Need a less tired brain. Okay, so officially I've run out of the pattern on the photo. But again, I don't really care. I'm gonna just kind of mimic some of these shapes, which are loosely, what I see on the photo. But there's no reason why these have to be specific copies or anything. So again, it's just another one of those, just taking liberties. The challenge with creating pattern work is that we're going to think very human when we create things. When we create things, we make things symmetrical, we make things level, we make things evenly patterned, and nature doesn't do that as much. Like, we don't have perfectly circular trees or puffball clouds that have the symmetry and whatever. You just got to watch out for it, because if I got these all perfectly the same, it would not look good. And I just have to be mindful of that while I'm creating a pattern, because before I was just copying roughly. Again, I'm not really that concerned if I get the pattern a little off. I'm looking at these negative shapes as well as positive shapes. And, that's going to be part of the problem solve. Like this space seemed a little bit too big. That's why I pointed it out. I don't know. I'm just going to make it up. If this pattern is just kind of loosely put in, and let's say I develop this to a high level, and then this to a medium level, and then I can let that fade out to almost nothing, and I'd be pretty good with that. So I'm getting pretty close to the point where I'll want to step back. I'll definitely put up the photo reference, and we'll just talk strategy. I'll put in these dots. There's another photo reference that I want to look at, just simply because I want to look at the neck. It's in the same series of photos from this same photographer that, again, I gave credit to on Facebook. I'll do it again live. I'll do it here live too. I really like the photo, and it's not mine. Did we get a lot of entries? I hope so. I mean, a lot of times we have to see it on the wall to really know how much we have, but I think it's, it probably could be better. But
I think we got over 100.
That's good.
Yeah. I have to look on the spreadsheet, but yeah.
Well, it's hard to go by my mother's reaction, just simply because she catastrophizes a lot. She'll look at a show and say, "Oh, there's not enough work," and then by the time everything comes in, "Oh, there's too much work." It's like, come on, why do we have to do this every show? Like, I understand she's under a lot of stress. I shouldn't be crass about it, but it is every single show.
I know, but that's okay. It's part of the process.
It's part of the charm. You got to roll your eyes and have a nice running gag. All right. All right. So again, just yield. Like in the photo, it'd be really tempting to make this bright, and it's really not bright. Especially as I'll show you in the photo, is that in fact, I can do that. I wonder if you can see it. Not very well. I wasn't able to screen share the last time. I'll walk the phone over there. But here on Zoom, I can show the image pretty easy. So that's the photo on Zoom. And let me show you on not Zoom.
I don't think we see the photo also.
No, I just said the wrong thing. That was the photo on YouTube.
Okay.
And so I'll show you this photo on Zoom. If I can get this phone out of the cradle without turning it off. A lot of times I grab it by the side and I turn it completely off. There's the photo. You can see it? Yeah. So what I want to point out is that, like on the leg, these look bright. You know, this looks kind of bright in here. They're right under the eye looks bright, but compared to the background. So what I'm worried about is the gold leaf is kind of this value, but much brighter. So I don't want to go too bright in here, but I do want high contrast to the dots. So whatever I guess at first, it's probably going to be a little off. And I'm just, you know, in my head, I'm already okay with that. I mean, hard to be truly okay with it when it happens, but we'll see. Hopefully it won't be a meltdown. No, problem solving is part of my painting process. I don't get too upset early on if things aren't working.
So what are you going to do with the background?
The background.
Some flower pattern on your panel.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's like a weird. What do they call it? It's. I think I put the entire packet on it.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something in the beginning. I wasn't able to fully understand what is that.
There's like a weird distress multi-pack of leaf.
It has some pattern by itself.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's having trouble finding it though.
Yeah.
Here it is. It's
I thought it's just a flower.
Yeah, it's this one. Here, let me get off the screen share for you guys.
I thought the cheetah was standing among the flowers.
Yeah, not in flowers, but all these have patterns, and it's like each one is like a book. And so I used just this one book. I used the entire packet for it.
Oh, you did? Wow.
Well, I mean, it covered that much ground. But it's got a nice kind of weird distress to it. So whoever views the painting can kind of make up their own story. But I don't know yet if I'll have to tone it down to make the backlight bright enough. And I only know that until I get that sort of hint of branches back there. Because apparently, cheetah expert Sandra DeRosier says that they take prey up into trees and sleep there. So I'm good. I can make branches now. The photo is like super blurry back there. So I was pretty sure that they were branches. I just didn't know for sure.
I like Sandra's entries for the show.
I do too.
They're really pretty.
Hear that, Sandra? She's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, so kind of bright, not terribly bright right here. That might even be too bright. And so I'll darken it and then add white to pale it down. But I don't want it too red. So that's, again, the values are going to be pretty tricky, trying to make the backlight bright enough, but create enough contrast within this weak light that's hitting the cheetah. And again, it's the spots are high contrast, not light and shadow. So it's a lot to juggle, you know. But for me, it's just kind of a wait and see. It's just take guesses and then react to it, and then take more guesses and react to them. I'm not terribly worried about it. The fish is dry. what I need to remember next week is I'll varnish it for you with some Gambar. Oh, I got my metal pens in, kind of like what you had for the fish painting. I kind of went bonkers with it on this painting of a vulture that I had. I probably went a little overboard. It was like, wee, this is fun. What do you think, Liz? Did I go overboard?
No, I was, the photo I took looks really nice.
Good.
I should send that to you. I didn't do that.
Oh, I meant to get you the master list from my work today.
Okay.
But I'll send it. I'll send it either in text to you or to the school.
All right. Then the only thing I need is to find out where all your images are.
Yeah. Well, this won't have an image yet. Do you think Andy has a way of putting multiple images for one painting?
Yeah, I know it can be done because Laura Trent.
Yeah.
Laura Stein.
Yep.
She did it for the sculpture that she submitted.
Okay.
But I don't know how she did it. I'm going to ask her.
Because this painting would be ideal if I could have multiple views. So we could show it with the gold lit and the gold not lit.
I'll find out from Laura how she did that.
Remember when I said one of the regrets of that self-portrait I did, you never want to complain about selling it. I just sold it before I could get decent shots of it. I only had that one view that really only shows one permutation of the metal. And all that copper radically changes if you move around the room. And I wanted that to be in the photos, but I just don't have it.
Yeah, no, I know. That is a good photo, though. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Oh, the self-portrait?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I want to do it again just because I can't show anybody what it looks like when the gold is, when the copper is acting differently. Yeah, those markers are fun.
That's still at the school, right?
What?
The vulture.
Yeah, I put it back in the frame. I probably shouldn't have. It's going to get stuck because that paint might not be thoroughly dry.
Yeah, maybe I'll take another picture on Monday.
Okay, so one of the reasons that I kept the patterns so simple is because I'm not being terribly careful about painting into the edges. I want to be more careful when I go another round and possibly make them darker, but I'll be working the transitions a little bit better. Again, I'm just taking guesses right now. I don't want to finesse. I don't want to be so careful as to just barely kiss the edge of these patterns that I'm painting super slow and leave maybe some ghost edges of that gray coming through. I don't want any of that. So I'm not really worried about my pattern right now. Just trying to generally avoid it without leaving the raw panel. And I can see now that there's not a whole lot of contrast with the background when the gold isn't lit. So again, that can be an area that's pretty subtle, but it won't work for the face. So these branches are really going to help. So I don't want to wait too long on those, but I do want to get the pattern because I don't really know if these colors work yet, not until the darks get in there. And the darks are the pattern. The darks are these spots that are very small in here and around the eyebrow, then a little bit bigger right in here. They're almost stripes here in the neck, and they're big old dots down here, big old kind of wavy spots in here. So that's the tentative nature of what I'm doing. I'm kind of taking some of this. I don't know. I'm moving pretty fast because it's Alla Prima, but I'm moving relatively slow and simple with this idea that I'm going to be figuring out a lot as I go because there's not a whole lot of information yet, and it's really It's really depending on things that I can't just take direct observations to the photo and say, okay, this is this and that's that, and this is the relationship. I can't do that because of the gold. Because there's no real strong patterns of light and shadow, I have one less tool to use for accuracy. So like I was saying before is I'll use anything for accuracy. I'll use glasses, I'll use tattoos, I'll use facial hair, I'll use spots and things like that. But in the strategy, I wanted to get that foundation down first before I did the spots. So I was missing a major drawing tool. And I really don't know the relative contrast yet, like I said before. So that's why I'm here just taking a guess. These spots probably aren't dark enough, and they're a little on the simple side. All this needs a little bit more, but I don't truly know my value range yet. And so here's what I think. I mean, let's put down a spot that's next to my darkest dark. I want my darkest dark to be on the eyelid line, right on the inside of the eye. Don't really want it to be in the spots, but let's put down a really rich dark and see what it does to all this. It made it really bright. And so, I mean, I knew that was going to happen just because this wasn't nearly dark enough. It was bound to change my perception of everything. But that's not pure black. That's got a little bit of green umber in it, a little bit of blue, a little bit of white. It doesn't look like it, but it's not pure black. I want to keep pure black with a tiny bit of alizarin crimson as my darkest dark. I'll just go ahead and reference that because unlike a lot of alla primas, I started this with a drawing. Again, I'll put that in the video, but that gives me a little bit more confidence, hopefully competence too. But this is black with alizarin. It makes it just kind of like extra dark with that richness in there. So that's going to be my darkest dark. Maybe a little bit into here too. So with that in mind, everything else is going to get a little bit lighter and a little, maybe even a little more colorful because alizarin in black just looks black. It's just really rich dark. So, like I said, I probably should take a step back and just see what it looks like in different light. There, so we'll. I have a dimmer in here. Yeah, nothing competes with the metal when it's lit. It just doesn't stand out enough when it's not lit. I better get those branches in sometime soon. I just kind of want to develop the head a little bit more with those patterns because, again, I'll be redrawing as I put in the darks, reassessing if these values are okay, and redrawing as these patterns either fit or don't fit. It's not like they have to be perfect. It's just they're going to give me a lot of insight. But it was good to take a little pause. I might revisit that idea of putting maybe a little bit of a glow coming into the jaw. Nothing too bright, because I think this little spot right here is direct light. So I could even throw in maybe that metal pen and get a little bit of like silver leaf here, or even apply some gold leaf after the fact with mastic varnish when it's like really super dry. But I don't know. All those possibilities come into picture later. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to take my palette and I'm going to mix up a common kind of dark. So again, I just don't want anything to compete with that inside corner of the eye. I'm going to use some umbers. I'm going to use a little bit of phthalo. I'm going to use maybe even a touch of red in there just to kind of break up just all being cools. And I'm going to make a spot color, which normally wouldn't work if this is a dynamic value range, but it is getting that weak sky light. It's kind of flat, so I can get away with kind of flat in my presentation of these spots. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to make them flat. I'll adjust them maybe later. I'm mixing up a dark that's not going to compete with that eye. And then I'm just going to draw for a little while. Again, I kept this a little on the thin side, which is totally fine for adding the spots on top. I just want to make sure that I don't go too thick when I want to add the whiskers. And I already mentioned all that, but it's really on my mind because of if I say it enough, I'll probably remember it because I tend to just keep piling on paint to make that next stroke and that next stroke. I just want to be conscious of it when I get into this pattern work. So this paint is kind of gliding right on the surface. That's why I kept it so thin. So there's the principle in action. These detail brushes hardly hold any paint, so I'll just keep refueling when I need to. If I need to make them darker, I will. That's going to be easy. I don't want them to be thin and wispy either. I don't want to have too much light coming through that gray. And the pattern is going to get better. Okay, no problem. Yeah, come back later. That's great. The pattern is going to get better as I get more information. So right now I'm kind of freehand drawing a pattern. It's probably going to be a little off. I'm going to keep it a little simpler, but as I get more of these dots, I'll know how they work together, how they're building anatomy with a little bit of foreshortening, how they're working with this pattern of like the dots go from really thin or small around the eye to thicker in the cheek to really thick on the leg. And as I build, I'm going to know whether it's working. I don't really expect these beginning ones to work. If they don't work, but they look good, I might just risk the cheetah experts coming out of the woodwork to tell me how wrong I am and leave it. Not for any disrespect to cheetah experts. I love cheetah experts, just like I love everybody else. But I'm in the business of creating paintings, not faithfully copying photos or, perfectly representing cheetahs. I don't want it to look blatantly wrong, but I do want it to be artistic. One criticism I heard is that my hand blocks the camera. So if the hand is blocking the camera too much, let me know. The difficult part about making these presentations is that a lot of times the camera and the setup and everything, they really hurt my ability to paint. Like if I'm having to paint around cameras and stuff like that, like I don't want to say that as a complaint. I'm just saying like, yeah, typically I'd be painting, I'd be totally blocking the camera. So just let me know, because sometimes I'll just go back to my old ways, and if it's not doing a good presentation, just let me know. Just tell me. But I'm going to try to keep my hand out of the screen. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying that as a complaint. I really appreciate the feedback. Can't wait to get to that eye. I'm gonna put that blue in there. Then I'll have to get around the room again, or at least just shake the painting around, just to make sure that that metal is coming through the thin paint. I really hope so, because that would be super cool. Get that rich blue and the metal. This process is a little slow, and I'm sorry for a boring video, but it will pick up the pace. I've kind of hinted as to why I have to go a little on the slow side, because this pattern builds and I'll get a better appreciation for what I'm doing as I get more. Like right now, I just saw a problem, not a major problem, but to get to this brow, like this, I don't know, I guess center of the forehead, the pattern isn't quite getting me there, and I'm using the pattern as a redraw, because it either fits or it doesn't. And right now it doesn't fit, and that's okay. But that's why I'm going slow. So part of the problem solve is going to make the pattern just slightly bigger. The other part of the problem solve is going to be bringing this ridge of light down a tiny bit, which I think I want to pause and do that now. A third option could be just to go ahead and make the head a tiny bit bigger, which I have the real estate to do. So I don't want to discount that option. I think it's a mistake to see a problem and do the first reaction to it, because there's so many possibilities and some of them might be great. I mean, I wouldn't say it's very often that they're just so blatantly wrong. It's like, well, why did I choose that one? But you might miss out on something that could really make the painting pop. And that's part of what I mean by when I say I let the painting speak to me a little bit without sounding schizophrenic, hopefully. It just opens up a lot of possibilities that I just kind of didn't think about ahead of time. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to have to constantly reevaluate, and this value in here could be darker and orangier. And that's going to help sell that brow that I was just talking about. Not brow, it's kind of like the center of the forehead. It's going to help sell that idea. Just lost it a little bit. Took a sloppy brush stroke, but that happens. There. And so before the pattern gets everywhere and I start really painting around these tiny shapes, if I can get a good insight right now as to how the spots are affecting my value range, now is a good time to kind of do the repaint. I'm going to find these deeper values that help support. Like I don't need quite as much contrast as I have right now. So that means I can go darker with these middle tones. That's going to really help with the backlight. So that's not even in the direct reference to the photo. There's a lot of possibility in the photos, but comparing it to the backlight is something that I have to make up. It's a fun challenge. It's really great. It's just that's why I'll just stop periodically and go back to the fur colors. So it's not going to be like I'm going to do this blocking and then I'm going to do just spots and then I'm going to go back to adjust, because I really don't want to draw around these tiny shapes. So if you look at my other paintings, you'll probably even hear me say things like, I don't know, I'll just complete this idea and then revisit. But this is a different strategy because of the intricacy of the spots. So I adjust my strategy to every painting. I don't follow formulas, except for the just very basic idea of simple to specific. But even sometimes I'll break that just for the sake of, I don't know, this painting might need it as opposed to some other painting. Okay, so deeper values. I was kind of concerned that that was going to happen, that I needed deeper values. I was just a little apprehensive because of how dark the spots are and how low the value contrasts of light and super subtle shadows are. But now I get a better picture. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of darkening my darks. Now that I have a better picture of where I'm going. And none of it's, I wouldn't label any of these revisits as mistake. I would just say that this is part of the discovery process, that every painting is going to kind of reveal as you go. So even with all my experiences, I never assume that I'm going to guess even remotely right with my beginning guesswork. It has gotten a lot better over time, but still, I always want to be on the lookout for surprises. And I'll be picking up the pace as soon as I feel like it's working. I even take a little blending brush to this. I generally don't like to blend. I feel like it makes it look smushy. But I think this painting would be nice to keep it on the thin side, to bring it together a little bit instead of thicker brush strokes, but a little bit of blending. Again, it's just one of those thoughts that I have about the creative direction of this painting. Blending brushes, if you do it carefully, you don't distort the drawing too much, but you will relieve some of the paint load. I normally don't even think at all about the amount of paint that's on here. I'll just keep going thicker and thicker and thicker, but I do have this concern of laying big single brush strokes of whiskers. And so if I change my normal protocol for this painting, then so be it. Also, too, it's like I feel like you can really fall into a trap. Well, I can paint this, but I can't paint that. I like the idea that I could paint anything. You know, obviously, if I had more experience and knowledge of the subject matter, I could pull it off even better. But from observation, I feel like I can get pretty close to whatever I'm painting. And hopefully that doesn't sound too arrogant. It's just that ability to abstract and, you know, building all these tools for problem solving and these strategies for layering. A lot of that comes from Alla Prima. And so even if you're maybe a slower painter or you really like a ton of detail and you want to build up with layers or glazes and things like that, I still recommend doing Alla Prima. Just even if, you know, what if you paint 10 in a row that they don't turn out? Well, so what? Because you know, you have all this practice with problem solving and subject matter and lighting, and I think it goes a long way. You get a better feel for how to layer paint, so your technique gets better, and your ability to strategize gets better. Your ability to see these early cursory steps as like pure potential and not, oh, it's got to look pretty or it's got to be accurate or it's got to be, you know, whatever trips you up on these early stages that stops you from appreciating what you're doing. I mean, I've done so many of these that I can look at the early cursory stages and know whether it's, you know, going okay. But even if it's not, I just know that by adding more information, I'm going to get to a better problem solve than if I worry about it early on. So I don't know. I really like Alla Prima. Maybe I sold that. Came to another little value dilemma here, and that is that this needs to be bright. Well, it doesn't need to be, I guess, but I don't want to go any brighter than I've already gone because of its contrast to this little area here that helps to show itself as a dark. So the idea here is that the only reason you see things is via contrast. And so this is high contrast here because of the darks of the eye, but also the darks of this sort of brow ridge. And the value that I had was block in, but it wasn't dark enough. It wasn't colorful enough either. And I didn't have enough contrast here. So another brief pause so I don't have to keep undoing spots or anything. But to darken all of this, just lost my pattern just a little bit. I don't ever like to lose squint level shapes. But I'll just put it back in. But anyway, yeah, another brief pause to reconfigure my values. If this were a dry painting and I had a decent guess of the value range, then maybe I would just do the spots as a drawing. They would all be put on dry instead of wet on wet, which would make a big difference. And I could be very aggressive with it because I could just wipe them out if they don't work. With this network of paint underneath, it would make a big sloppy mess if I wiped these spots out. Ooh. Okay. All right, I see another little problem solved. I think all these spots could be a little bit bigger. But if I use the dots as a drawing tool, there's a little dot here. There's a negative space to that big dot. And again, I do promise that this will pick up the pace. It's just, again, I'm in this little discovery process. My preliminary drawing that I did for the sake of the gold leaf was really fast. It was a really rapid drawing. It was very cursory. Wasn't really meant to be overly accurate. It was just supposed to give me a picture of what my overall composition looks like and where I can put the gold leaf. But I don't want to trust it as accurate. So as I'm putting this in, I'm looking at the negative shape to this little dot right here, its relationship to these little shapes that spiral into the eye socket, and then that light that comes through here, and the pattern that emerges from there. So this this little dot leads to a little sequence of shapes that kind of give me another negative shape to play with. So I think this could be bigger still. You see me going back to the palette very often. Okay. So this little shape and negative shape leads to this shape. And then there's 3 before that. So then I can ask myself, is it worth it to change? Does it look wrong? Or is it worth it just to bump that over until I get my bearings? Which that's the way I'm leaning toward. All right, so with that in mind, do I need one more? No, I'm just not counting. Okay, no, it works. That's why you have to learn arithmetic. I can count to 3. Okay, so now I've got a better sense of scale. I've got a better sense of how the shapes are fitting together, and that gives me a little bit more confidence with anatomy. It tells me too that I ought to bring some of this pattern down for that ridge, that little kind of dividing line in the forehead. Yeah, I can also go a little bit bigger. Yeah, I can't wait for the eye too. The eye is a luxury. The pattern needs a little bit of steam before I just really kind of can really fly with it, because I just got to get into a rhythm first. I got to understand it a little bit more, and then I can fly, and then I'll get to great things like the branches are going to help with the backlight, the the little holes for the whiskers, develop the nose. The eye is going to be just so fun. Can't wait. No, I'm with you there. But I want to keep, again, I'm using the spots as just so multifunctional, because I want them to show me the values and the colors of Kitty Cat here. But also too is because I'm no expert on cheetahs, that the spots are going to give me all these little spaces that help me with the anatomy. So I have a sense of anatomy. The human anatomy and every mammal have pretty similar anatomy. Maybe a bone is reconfigured or relative sizes of bones, like the ankle and knee joints of quadrupeds are different than bipeds, whatever, right? But they're all going to have about the same bones and functional muscles. And so there is an anatomy sense that I can bring into this. I can know where it's not working, but the specificity of a cheetah is a little bit beyond my purview. So the what I was saying earlier about going back to the palette often, that is a really good habit to be in if you're trying to layer paint over other paint without it getting mixed. So a lot of people ask me is like, well, how do you not make mud in Alla Prima? It's really having the skills of layering paint. If I can go thicker than that previous layer, then it's going to sit right on top. You just got to bear in mind that these brushes only hold so much paint. Your big bristle brushes hold a ton of paint. Your tiny detail brushes hold almost none. I mean, hardly any. So if I don't go back to the palette often, I'm going to make mud. And sometimes I'll use weak paint to mix on purpose, but not if I want to put a spot on top of wet paint. No way. I mean, so far so good. I mean, these patterns, again, they're not perfect, but they're when a sequence kind of hits the right next mark, that's really encouraging. So this little trail of dots leads me into this little trail of bigger spots that kind of roll down and then up, and then they get me into the forehead. That can be really encouraging. So how do you know when you need to go back to the palette? You can either do single brush strokes or just limit yourself to one or two. But I mean, the better answer is to say that you develop a feel of it over time. So you really can't teach feel. There's no book, there's no video, there's no teacher that can teach you the feel of when the paint is running out on the brush. That's something you have to develop yourself through experience. I can usually diagnose if the reason things are making mud is because of you're not going back to the palette enough. But for you to be able to feel it is quite a different story. So that's where having an experienced teacher helps, but also just this idea of Alla Prima, that you're going to do a lot of these paintings and you're going to develop a lot of good skills, not necessarily to produce fast paintings. That's nice, but again, the problem solving on this cheetah is radically different than the problem solving that I was doing on the ostrich or the lion. the problem solving I was doing for some of those still lifes is really different than what I'm doing here. And because I've done just so many alla primas, I can develop fast strategies, but the only reason I could get there is, you know, through experimentation, through getting good feedback, through developing this feel of the paint. There's just no substitute for experience. Okay, now we're cruising. I think it's starting to work. I think this pattern is getting a little stark in that they're all getting a little on the heavy side, but that's just going to be a blending brush away. I don't think I need to worry about that yet. I generally don't worry. Sometimes there's something really embarrassing going on in my painting, and yeah, that can elicit a little bit of a nervousness. I've got to get this lightness better, or the head size is too big for the body or something, you know, that happens. But with this kind of stuff, with pattern work, yeah, I generally don't worry about that so much. Doesn't have to be exact anyway. I'd say it's probably generally true that each cheetah is going to have a slightly different pattern. I think that's pretty safe to say. All right, so here's another little instance where it'd be better to have a darker middle tone between these spots. So now this is where I've got to be a little protective of the spots. I don't want them to mix, but I also don't want to leave the value that I am trying to darken as a border around the spots. That will bring a lot of high contrast to them, and I want lower contrast here. This is the one spot where I'm trying to be a little bit more careful than I've been. And it's not that it's wrong to have to do it. It's just that I'm going to try to minimize it. I just don't want to do it too often. And again, I might have to go over some spots again. But, you know, that created a softness to the edge as a happy accident. I said I was going to blend anyway. So that's about what it'll do. Okay, these big spots they're gonna cover ground really fast, and plus, just like I said before, I'm starting to get a scheme that's I have enough busyness to start knowing that it's working. A lot of times with repetitive pattern, it looks bad before it looks good. You just need more. Now, I'd say that's definitely the case here. That, you know, I was a little worried about the scale in here, and I think my insights for adjusting that was probably pretty right. But to have the confidence that your pattern is working, a lot of times you just need a lot more pattern. And so, yeah, I have a lot more confidence that this is working now that I've got more. I think it's really going to start to pop when I get these bigger ones here in the cheek. Then I'm going to attempt that eye. I think I'm going to do that before the branches, even though the branches would probably be more important to do. I just really want it. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to go out of sequence for that. The gold leaf needs to read against some darks in order for this to pull off the backlight. So that's why the background is probably more important. But then again, you know, the eyes are going to be the focal point, and we generally like to have the focal point in after the big abstract blocking and the 5 values of light. So I usually go in that sequence, an abstract drawing of mass conception ideas. So just kind of rough estimates, very simple shapes. And then I hone those shapes in a little bit with patterns of light and dark. And then I hone that in further with 5 values of light with a highlight, turning shadow, reflected light, cast shadow. And then I'll go to the focal point. I'll make that work, and I'll be able to react the whole rest of the painting to the focal point. And then I'm off to the races. I can do whatever style I want, assuming those other stages went well. And I don't like to progress to the next stage until those stages, you know, one in at a time. It's like this stage works in mass conception, check. This stage works in abstract simplification, check. This stage works in 5 values, check. And then focal point works, check. And then I can either like keep a really loose style or hone it in to detail, or you know, make weird color decisions to make it more exciting. So that's the sequence I like to go in. So the eye isn't a bad decision. It's just I feel like this is the bigger impact. I want to get to that ear too. Kind of low priority right now. What are we at? 10 o'clock? Jeez. A little slower than usual. Okay, so 3 bumps right here. Got 1, got 2. Yeah, this might end up having to go past 11. This is just slow work. I'm almost past these small dots, and then I'm going to get a bigger brush out. It's going to hold more paint, so I don't have to go back to the palette quite as much. So it will go faster. But I have a feeling this painting is going to need a lot of problem solving. And then there's just a lot of neat stuff going on here. I'm going to get this other reference for the back of the head. I could just cut it off and pick a different frame. That's another option too. But seems like my guesswork for the values of the fur are going pretty well. We'll know even better with the trees, like I said before, but the values in between the dots I think is working pretty well. I've made some adjustments. I think I am going to go brighter with that brow ridge. Brighter right here in the eye socket. The only thing I'm worried about with both of those ideas is the gold when it's not brightly lit. Back to small brush. So in this section, it seems like the light is hitting stronger and the pattern is getting weaker. So this would be a good place for allowing the brush to get a little weak. And I said not to do that before because it'll mix, and that's the point. I want it to mix. And so as I build these in, it's going to get weaker and it's going to mix with that off-white gray paint and get pretty weak. And that's going to pull off this idea that the pattern is getting lighter as more light hits. Now I will run out of paint eventually, so that's why I might pop back over to here and do my dark brush stroke. Again, positive, negative, so something's going amiss with either this needs to get bigger or that needs to get smaller for this pattern to work. Like I said, not like it has to be exact, but I'm using the spots as a drawing tool, so that might be part of the problem solved, to just say, yeah, I could get away with it, but wouldn't it be better if I just made this little adjustment to shorten this. Color match is pretty good. Too bright. All right, so I'm going to cut back. Cut back on this. I'm going to make that bigger. I'm going to bring this down. And now my pattern is going to guide me through the anatomy of the cheetah to make up for my lack of cheetah expertise. Kitty. So just like I said before, so this got dark, and I can let the brush run out a little bit for this next one. That'll start to mix just a tiny bit, because now this is running out of paint. And then this next one is going to run out of even more paint. And if I have to stop and go backwards, that's fine, right? So now I can go back into this pattern with weak paint. It'll mix with the white and make a kind of more washed out pattern. Thinking now, I thought I'd really need that blending brush. I'll reassess that. Starting to develop a style that is a little harsh, it's a little stark, but it's kind of neat too. I don't know, I'm gonna keep my eye on that. That is too repetitive. That's what I mean about putting in pattern. It's a very human tendency to get the same shape over and over and over again. Okay, better. I think the tendency of doing this work, and I'm definitely a victim of it myself, is that you just kind of get into automatic mode and you stop observing. And that's exactly what happened there. Is I just started getting in dot frenzy, and I didn't think about what I was doing, and I created the same like 4 dots in a row. They followed a perfect arc. It was very unnatural and not like the photo. But I caught it at a decent time, so that's okay. The timing of the spots is good because it'll set up just a little bit for putting the whiskers on top. I've mentioned the whiskers many times. This is a slightly different wrinkle in the same idea, but you can tell that I'm really trying to develop a lot of strategy behind putting really bold whiskers on top of wet paint. if I have to put in part of the whisker and then continue it with the next line, that's fine, but it's not ideal, because if I don't perfectly match the direction and thickness of the whisker, it's going to look way off. At least from experience, that trying to continue the line is not as good as getting it all in one stroke. The problem with one stroke is that with these little detail brushes, it runs out of paint fast, and as soon as it gets as thin as the previous layer, they just mix. Now you don't have a bold line anymore. The other thing that can go wrong is that when you start running out of paint on the brush, instinctively you'll start to press. As soon as you press, you're going to make a really sloppy line. So the strategy behind that is I'm going to start thick and trail off, pull the brush, and if I have to go over the line, fine. Again, I'm going to try to avoid that, but that's going to create a tapering that I'm going to hopefully love. We'll see. All right, so far all the spacing is working. And it's also getting to the point where I know enough about the pattern that I'm comfortable with it being a little off here and a little off there. Like, I don't need to use the pattern quite so much for drawing anatomy. It can start to become my own pattern, and you know, still be mindful of creating repetitive patterns, but I'm depending less and less on copying as I get more and more. Bear in mind that the eye is artificially bright. I'm going to get that deep blue in there, hopefully really soon. I have a feeling that I'm going to spill over my 3-hour time slot, but hopefully it'll be worth it. I can get away with a lot in here because the whiskers. But I want to get something down so that at least it's believable that underneath all this pattern work, underneath the whiskers, all this pattern work continues. But again, I can get away with almost anything. I just can't get away with nothing. You could always paint a cheetah on a lace tablecloth. Yeah. Well, you saw that lace tablecloth that I'm developing. I don't know. I'm presently in tablecloth burnout, but I'll get back to it. Right after this animal show, I'm going to go back to that painting. I just don't know how much I want to do live because it's just so boring. The finished product is going to be exciting. I know it. But, oh my gosh. Boring. I mean, to watch that, I can't even imagine. It's hard enough to paint it. I don't know. Much more exciting to paint impossible figure paintings. Yesterday's was bizarre. So one of the students had this like lazy Susan that is for fitness or something, is so you can do the twist, I guess. And she was just like, I bet you can't stand on this and paint the figure. And I stood on it and I kind of mimicked making brushstrokes. And I was like, yeah, no problem. That, we need to make it harder than that. Well, combine that with a method where all my brushstrokes had to be little pushes of paint, little dots. Didn't turn out to be very dot-like, just simply because of I was also working with this weird surface that really wasn't very absorbent, so the dots weren't really that clean. It's still, it was only going to be so good anyway because the pose was a little on the stiff side, but and not complaining. That's totally on me. I didn't say anything, but still, every time I pushed the paint, I was like spinning around. And it was like, this is a lot harder than I thought. I don't know. Maybe Friday I'll do a straightforward one. Yeah, that's fine. So in the camera and in real life, really, this is looking still a little harsh. I'll do something about it later. I'm going to get to those eyes. I'm going to get to those tree trunks, or not tree trunks, but branches. And then I'll reevaluate all that. Hard to think about too many things simultaneously, so I'll just keep that in my head. All right, small pattern, just a little bit more to go, and then it's going to be the big brushes. Get this cheek in. Yeah, it'll move a lot faster. This little pattern here, then the big brushes. What else? I think these washed out maybe a little too much, and that's okay. Just kind of reassert them. Still a good strategy. It's just a matter of magnitude sometimes. Okay. So, as promised, let's pick up the pace a little bit. My pre-mix color for the spots, I think, is working. But what's nice about it is it does give me an option of going a little bit darker without running into that value of the eye. So that was all part of that strategy. This negative space in here is not quite working yet, however. What do I do? Okay, so I know what to do. And do these almost, and when I get down here, I'm going to do these almost as single brush strokes. The getting into whisker territory, which again, it's not that I have to worry about the pattern so much. I have to worry about the thickness of the paint. Any thoughts, concerns? Anything? I know it's looking a little cursory, a little rough, and that's okay. I know what to do with that. Anytime I can put a description on what I think needs, just a little improvement, the just simple act of giving it a label like too light, too dark, too textured, too stark, that's easily solvable because you just do the opposite of whatever you labeled it as. Too dark, go lighter. Too high chroma, make the color more tertiary or grayer. Too big, make it smaller. Right? Anytime you can put that label on it, you're in good shape. What's that? You say something?
Oh, I'm sorry, Hans. I sneezed.
Ah.
I thought I was muted. Sorry about
You don't have to apologize for sneezing.
Well, I thought I was muted.
That's right. So my typical Alla Prima, what'll end up happening is I'll bounce around a lot. And this painting, not so much, just simply because the pattern work is so time consuming and difficult that I'm really concentrating on just getting the pattern. And you know, there's big areas of neglect that normally wouldn't happen in my Alla Primas. So I can't wait to get to those eyes, and then the ears, a big area I need in the nose. Then these little whisker holes. I really need to get the branches in. So I gotta pick up the pace big time. The pattern is quite difficult, especially if you're just really not terribly confident about the colors between all the spots. Again, that's why I wanted to block them in really cursory and then be able to readjust this fur. I'm really quite sure I'll pull it off. That's not the issue. It's just a matter of timing. Like, how long is this going to take? And is there a way of making it a little bit more efficient so it doesn't take too long and I'm up till 4 in the morning having to recover for Easter? But despite saying all that, I think it is moving at least efficiently. I got to really figure out what's going on with that neck. And now, like I promised, we're moving a little faster now that the pattern is a little bit more established. This area is a little ambiguous anyway because these whiskers are substantial. So I'm gonna How are the kiddos doing? They're doing better. Like I said, Ollie was throwing up on Monday. That's why I had to teach from home. And he was pretty good on Monday. He wasn't that sick. He needed to stay home just because he was throwing up so late at night. You know, you never want to expose the other kids to anything. So I had to keep him home, but he wasn't really that sick on Monday. So I put him back in school on Tuesday. He was fine. It was just bad timing for the Monday class, that's for sure. But when is it ever a good time for your kid to be sick? The throwing up was really out of nowhere, though, because he was having a good day. And then we were on the way to get Hans to his eye therapy. And he was almost falling asleep in the car. We're like, what's going on with him? And then as soon as we get into the office, he goes huddling in a corner. And I was just like, what are you upset about? What's going on, buddy? And then that's when the throw up started happening. And we're like, into the office. He's putting all of his food into the trash can there. It's like, oh man, this is embarrassing. Poor little kid. I got him home. He seemed stable again. He was joking around, laughing, and all that stuff. And then it happened again. He got super tired and then nauseous, and then started throwing up again. It's like, okay, he's definitely sick.
Is there something going around?
There's been a lot of stomach stuff going around. And Hans had a bout of it, of throwing up not terribly long before then, maybe like a little over a week, or maybe it was 2, I don't know. But yeah, Hans was throwing up too. I mean, the timing was pretty far apart, but still, I don't think he got it from his brother. Or Ollie, that is. Put me behind on a lot of things, but happy to support my kids, of course. I'm not going to complain about that. All right, great. Now the facial pattern is pretty much in. I'm going to skip to the eye, even though it's a little out of sequence. Guess I should block this stuff in. This head is getting a little bit bigger, which is actually a pretty decent thing. For the sake of the composition. So like all this leg work in here, I don't think that's terribly important. Running the neck a little bit further back, I think is going to be a good thing because I'm going to be making that stuff up anyway. Cutting into this rim of gold of backlight, it was a little thick anyway, so I have the wiggle room to do that. The ear had to cut in anyway, so to get the forehead to cut into it a little bit more, I think works. To get this nose a tiny bit bigger is going to help. So all the way around, the head growing is, I think, a good thing, not a bad thing. Now the nose is a little small, but that wasn't really much of a drawing anyway. So sometimes the drawing can get a little off, and it actually improves the drawing if you look out for it. Instead of just thinking, oh man, I screwed that up. you can just think of it as possibilities. And sometimes, yeah, you do have to say, okay, I grew the head and it's too big now. Yeah, fine. But in this case, I think it's a really good thing that it grew. And so I really almost always hesitate to call anything a mistake when it's going from this simple to specific approach. I already mentioned that. It's just a really important thing for me, as my students know. Oh, that's that? No way. That's okay. Doesn't have to be exact. So this is going to be directional brush strokes. I'm kind of cleaning up the pattern at the same time adding that next element. So I'm only explaining that because, for one, I was saying earlier on that I wasn't doing directional brush strokes, but this solves a lot of problems at the same time. This reins in the pattern and creates just the illusion of fur and makes this brighter for that to be darker. And that's all at the same time. And this is generally going to go from more rendered to less rendered. It's just, you can't see it now because this needs a lot more. Fortunately, it's not going to be as intricate or as time consuming as the spots. It's not like the spots were terribly difficult. It just took time because I couldn't do too many brush strokes with the same load of paint using these little tiny brushes. And the reason I had, well, the size of the brush didn't matter so much as that I had to get this kind of pattern in there because I don't know my cheetahs all that well. But also too is that I had to make sure that I was staying thicker than the previous layer, or else they would just get a goopy, muddy mess. So it required that patience, that chunk of time. And that's why I feel like I'm a little behind for the the eyes and eyes, nose, mouth, the branches. I have a feeling though that when I get those blocked in, this painting is going to instantly come together, and then it's just going to be some small problem solves after that, and then I'll call it done. If I have to on a next sitting do some glaze work and stuff, I'm already not calling it alla prima anyway. All those other alla primas are truly alla prima. One sitting only, didn't do any alterations after the fact. This already had all that drawing and gold leaf done, so I'm not calling this alla prima in the first place. Some people would. I don't know. Really like the idea that if I give it one of these really non-essential labels, again, because the people in the gallery don't care. But if I give it one of those labels, I want it to be honest. I know a lot of people that go into these like plein air contests and take it into their hotel room and work from photo, and then so, oh, look at my plein air painting. It's like fraud. No. It's nice to win contests. Do it honestly. I'm off my soapbox in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I don't know what's going on next. I'm going to jump ship. I'm going to go into the eye just because I really want to. And then I'll take a small break. I'll show the image again. I really want to get to those branches because that's really going to affect the gold leaf. And then I'm going to get into definitely into the ears and nose. Ooh, phthalo, the magic of phthalo. So just like before when I was talking about letting the paint run out of steam, I'm going to do that here. I'm going to start with really rich phthalo, and then I'm going to let it get super thin. I'm going to allow that silver to come through. I don't quite know if it's going to work, but it's a strategy at least that the thinner the paint goes, the more silver will come through. At least that's intuitive. Oh, but that's rich. What does it look like? Oh, it does kind of glow. Okay. Neat. Okay. So.
Yeah, I see the glow even through the camera.
Nice. Nice.
Yep, it's really nice.
Well, I'm nicing my being able to see the metal through. Not my own painting. That'd be really arrogant. Not gonna do it, but I'm very happy that the silver is coming through.
Yeah, I wish I can see this in person. That looks cool.
Great. Happy to hear that. So I'm going to take another round of red and black, alizarin and black, and get this really dark in here. That's going to make the eye even brighter. And there is a highlight in there. Even though it's backlit, that's going to be the highlight of the sky. So I'm going to embrace that. And right there, I feel like I cut into the thinness of the metal a little bit. And so I'm just going to scrub it off a little. I'll put it back. But yeah. No, I like the phthalo in there. So the iris, the pupil looks a little wonky right now, and that's just because it's missing that that highlight from the sky. I'm going to redo its sort of eyeliner, its little kitty eyeliner, in just a second, but I'm going to go ahead and put this highlight in first. And then I'm going to double check that silver again. Just make sure I didn't lose it. Yeah, it's glowing. That's cool. Okay. Liz, you had that chicken painting. So if you look at that coppery stuff that fell into the eye by accident, like the best happy accident ever.
Yeah.
That's this weird bronzy stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's so speckled.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I mean, again, I didn't plan that. That was just serendipity right there. That was a very happy accident. I'm being a little generous with this dark. Partly because I'm going to take a little bit of gray and cut into it. Partly too is because I want these darks to be a little bit more prominent than the spots. And again, a lot of these experiments, they can work in my mind, and I have to see them and see if they really work. So at least I'm explaining the strategy, but it might not last. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So being generous with the size of the dark, I plan on getting these little like eyelash shapes cutting into it, but it's not quite working. So I might just have to problem solve around it. No problem. So I'm going to just take this like Naples color. I'm going to trim it down. If anywhere I was going to put some thick paint, this is going to be where, because we're in the focal point and I'm doing a problem solve at the same time. Going a little heavy with that eyelid. I'm going to trim that down too.
Wow, that eye's looking great.
Yeah, I'm really trying to preserve the silver, but I want that deep blue too. I'm going to see if I can have it all. Being greedy.
Yeah, and I also think the eyelid looks very good.
What's that?
The eyelid that wraps the eye.
Oh, okay.
The white part you put.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I think it looks much better when you actually finish the eye.
I can see a little shape issue. Again, just trying to preserve that silver. I'm taking practically a dry brush and I'm lifting the dark while still trying to push that phthalo into the correction. So I just want to make there's a little, all right, so we've heard of like the apex of a curve, like that very top, or the, the zenith of a mountain or whatever, like that, just that top of the curve. Well, this is the bottom of this curve. It bottoms out at a very specific spot. And again, I don't know how much I can get away with eyes, but I really like it in the photo. So I'm going to try to preserve it as much as possible by just, again, like practically a dry brush.
Did you mix anything else with the phthalo for the eye?
No, pure phthalo, and I'm letting it get really thin by the time it gets to the bottom edge for that silver to come back through. Okay. And yeah, I think it's working. I mean, at least, for the most part.
Yeah, it is.
The key to refracted light is getting really dark with the iris, but I want as much as possible for this glow to happen. And it's pretty tricky to get just the right amount of removal of the paint using the brush. So again, just kind of more like an eraser than a brush stroke. Using just the dry brush. And it might just take a little bit of back and forth to get it just right, but the other thing I can do is put a little sparkle in here. I'm going to put a pin in that though. I'm going to address that later. So now it's just a matter of getting that blue transition just right. But you know, I'm encouraged by the way the silver is reading. So it already went through that major hurdle. And I'm getting the intensity of the blue because phthalo is just so powerful. And so, yeah, I wasn't sure that was going to work, but I like it.
Are you adding more phthalo?
I was smoothing that transition in the middle, and phthalo is such a staining color that just pushing it around a little bit darkened it. But again, I have this little mopping brush that's dry, and I keep swiping it off to clean it, and that's going to bring me my silver back. And so now I retest it for the light. The silver is really shining. The blue is really intense. The highlight makes it glassy. And yeah, I'm kind of happy with that.
Yeah, the eye is glowing.
It's a little gimmicky as far as like classical art goes, but so what?
Do you have to use a special panel to put this silver down first?
Okay, so I would just say be careful of your glues. I don't know truly how important it is, but from what I understand, you know, you shouldn't put oil-based or water-based stuff on top of oil-based stuff.
Okay.
And so this is a water-based panel. This is latex paint. And so I didn't hesitate to do those water-based adhesives to put the leaf down. I mean, honestly, I put all this stuff down with acrylic matte medium. But the gold rim around, I used the proper gold leafing adhesive. I mean, I don't know if one's better than the other. I don't think there's any longevity issues. Sure hope not.
I guess this won't work with canvas, will they?
Okay, so it can work with canvas. If you're using acrylic gesso, it can work with acrylic gesso. If you're doing an oil ground, I would be a little bit more cautious with that, and I'd maybe use something that has an oil base to it. There are oil gilds out there. I'm just not really that familiar with all the products for oil gilding. So what I've done instead is used mastic varnish, which has turpentine in it. Turpentine is an oil, and it sticks just fine because that mastic varnish, the mastic resin, is really sticky stuff. So it really glues it down, and it does it pretty fast. So I've tried a lot of different stuff for gilding with oil stuff. The one I could control the best was that mastic varnish, because I could put it down thin and it wouldn't glob. And I don't know. I didn't have to wait 20 minutes to stick the adhesive, the gold leaf to it. I did it pretty shortly after I applied it, and it worked great. I tried it on a couple figure paintings first, and it worked fine. So then I did it on a real painting. Actually, I did it on a student's painting, but then I did it on a real painting of mine. Her painting turned out good. That was the basis of that problem solve too, is because she started it with the student of mine started it with the normal water-based adhesive, and she was painting around this heron, And the heron was the star of the show, but the problem was any kind of drawing correction on the gold leaf like lost all of its intensity in just the worst spot, like right around where the subject matter was. So I was just like, let's try to adhere gold leaf back onto this spot, but let's err on the side of, like, caution here, of saying that we probably shouldn't use a water-based adhesive. And so I just brought out all those figure studies that I was probably going to prime over anyway. And yeah, we found masking varnish was a really good solution. So let's just say you have a painting, it's on canvas, it's an oil, you want to add a little bit of life to it by adding some gold leaf.
Later, right?
Yeah, just
stick it to the canvas.
Yeah, I would be a little nervous about applying a water-based adhesive. That's all. So just like before, this head expanded a little bit. So I'm redrawing into the gold. I'm expanding the nose. And again, I could have made the decision to say the head's getting bigger. I've got to shrink the head down. But instead, I looked at it and said, well, okay, the head getting bigger is actually a good thing. I'm going to lean into that, and I just have to expand the nose, which was underdeveloped anyway. So again, happy accidents. I don't ever really endorse painting sloppy, just hoping for a happy accident. But if you paint slow enough to just stop and consider what's happening, you might catch something that you really like that you didn't expect. And that's the case with the head size getting too big. I think that was a really nice, happy accident. But you can see how small that nose was. It wasn't in the original drawing and block-in, but now it is because the head expanded. That stuff happens all the time, especially in figure. Like, you might start with a pretty decent gesture and then you start working on the head or start working on the abdomen, torso, body, whatever. You're just working on parts at a time instead of the whole thing. And then you'll just get these areas that get way out of whack to the whole painting. So just stopping to reflect from time to time is a really good solution to that. And if you've been hacking away in one small spot for too long, you can probably guess that you're getting something out of whack. You just be mindful of it. In this case, the head getting bigger wasn't a big deal. I spotted it really early, but I assessed it as a good thing. But like things like in a figure, if the head starts getting big, the whole body will seem squat. Everything affects everything. So this nose got small because the head got big. But I don't know. The blocking was just so blocky, so cursory, it just doesn't matter. It's not that big of a deal. I expanded the eye a little bit too. I might do that oil gilding if I feel like the backlight needs another round. So again, I have that problem solved in my back pocket if I need it. So that's it. I already said all this, and I'll repeat myself a lot on a lot of things, I'm sure, but the very idea of doing a lot of alla prima is that you get a lot of problem solves. So even if this were a more, multi-sitting, difficult narrative painting, I'd still be using the same problem solves. I would just be doing it slower, and I might consider, okay, it's better to let the base dry and do the pattern dry on wet, or sorry, to dry on wet on dry, or just think, okay, this is not working yet. I'll get to it on the next sitting. So that's definitely not a case with a really direct painting like this, but it might still be the same problem solves. So I really like alla prima for that. It's not a great way to get products. I mean, they've been turning out okay for me for products lately, but again, this is so many bad paintings to get to this point.
Is this one also for the animal show?
I'm hoping. I'm encouraged. Yeah, I think it's gonna make it. That was the goal, at least.
Lushing, I like your entries.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they're really cute.
Yeah, I also saw yours. That's great.
I'm gonna put some more in now.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I'll look at them again later.
Are you gonna do the big deer?
Next week, right? Next weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Council, what did you say?
I was asking Liz, are you gonna do the bigger version of the deer too?
Yeah, I think with that one, I will put it on an easel.
Okay.
Since the frame is kind of, strange.
Ooh, explain.
Well, the panel's supposed to be, I think, an 8x8, but the 8x8 frame is.
All right, bye, Sandra. 8x8 frame.
This is a little bit too. Oh, were you talking to somebody else then?
I just saw that Sandra was leaving. I just wanted to say goodbye.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off.
And I thought maybe you were talking to somebody else to explain.
No, I was trying to listen to you and say goodbye to Sandra at the same time. I realized how rude that was. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. But anyway, the panel doesn't fit the frame. It's just a little bit short. So it would have to be a custom frame, and rather than do that, I think I can just put it on an easel because it's a cute little painting.
Yeah, short is a problem. If it were a tiny bit too big, we could cut it. I mean, is it barely? Because we could put some spacers in there. You should see all the mechanisms I did for that lanterns painting.
Really?
Yeah.
Went to the mill?
Yeah, I put a lot of supports in there so it can't shift. Because remember, I didn't like the way that canvas reacted to humidity.
Right.
And so I glued it to the board. Well, in gluing it to the board, I did everything right as far as the gluing goes, but I ended up cutting it too much. And then it was slightly too small for the frame. Still, I could still barely get it in without it showing negative space, like a dead air. But I had to use a lot of hardware to make sure that it wouldn't shift. Because if it shifts down, you're going to see error between the painting and the canvas, or between the frame and the canvas.
Yeah, right. You don't want to see that.
Yeah. I don't. Not at all. So, so I put all that hardware in. It's secure as can be. It looks good in the frame, and I've made sure all that hardware got covered up by backing. So normally, you've heard my tirades about how like contests like the MPSGS show require the backing, and I just don't get it. Oh, this time I totally get it.
Okay.
Well, because it's just, I mean, it's like so. it's got like all these offset clips. It's got these tabs. It's got these the point driver. I mean, it's just, yeah, I threw the book at it.
Yeah, I think I saw that, but I was just very careful with it.
How'd you see it? It's got the backing.
Oh, then maybe it wasn't yours. Maybe it was somebody else's.
If you saw it, that's a problem.
No, I don't know what I saw.
Okay.
Don't go by me.
Had me nervous there.
Are you going to go to that show?
I don't know. So hard to allocate time for stuff. Yeah. Is it a Saturday opening?
I have to look. I don't remember. But I'll find out.
Okay. All right, so strategy is working. I kept all this simple because this had to expand. I didn't know this had to expand at the time, but I kind of left a lot of possibilities open. And so the nose got bigger, the jaw and mouth is getting bigger as we speak. I just got distracted by this little moment where the nose gets just a little bit brighter. And it wasn't showing. Okay, I might do something with that far eye. I don't really see it in the photo. I ought to show you all the photo again. I usually don't like to display the photo with the painting, just simply because this is my this is going to be my version of this painting. So like saying, okay, according to the photo, this is a little off or this is a little off kind of misses the point sometimes. I mean, sometimes it's nice, like getting an outside feedback to say, okay, have you looked at this area? There's no way I'm going to sit there and say, like, you know, that's illegitimate in any way. I really like getting that stuff. But a lot of times the creative decisions won't be seen against the photo. And sometimes the things that I looked at and said, you know what, I'm going to live with that. You know, just because I didn't think they looked too disturbing. That's where comparing it directly to the photo can kind of miss the point sometimes. But still, it's a neat photo. I can't wait to see what the gold looks like against the branches, because that's gonna make that rim of gold leaf stand out a lot more against a dark to read against. But I'm really encouraged by the eye. I still got a lot of fish to fry with the muzzle, with those whisker holes, and then the ear. Get the branches in, and hopefully this will set up just enough to do these really big expressive whiskers. Probably be done after that. I have a second reference if I need to pull together this neck. It's not the same view, but it'll be the same anatomy and a similar light. And so I'll just make it up.
You don't think anybody will be in on Monday, do you?
Why? I mean, isn't class on?
No, I thought that Monday was off.
Okay. You'd think I would know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. I'll check with your mom.
Well, it's not a day that I come in, so that's part of it.
No, I knew that. I thought I heard her tell that to someone that came in.
I mean, Easter's a big deal.
Yeah.
I could see, you know, a lot of people being away with family and stuff like that.
I was just thinking that she'll probably not be there either because she might be away.
Well, she'll be coming back from Annapolis, but she normally comes back from Monday class for Annapolis.
I know, but there is no Monday Monday class. I don't think.
I thought that's what we were debating.
Yeah, right. There is.
Yeah, I don't like that. What did I just do?
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, now it looks good.
Wow.
Getting there. It's getting according to the vision. These little the holes for the whiskers, that has to get established. That's going to make a big deal. Just reworking this mouth structure a little bit. I had to do a little redraw because just like the nose, the mouth got small as the head got bigger. I'm kind of feeling a little bit of the rush because I'm already a little past 3 hours. Not that I'm in a big time constraint. It doesn't necessarily have to be a 3-hour painting, but I definitely don't want to go into like 1 o'clock. Tired.
Yeah.
Dobsy, the eye is making the animal come alive. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm still hoping to do some work on the lace tablecloth. I got too much work to do recently. Eventually getting better now.
Okay, yeah, good.
Yeah, we'll be back for the Saturday class soon.
Okay, we'll be happy to have you. Oh, where is my photo? I was going to show the photo again. What happened? Oh, weird. Okay, it shifted to something else. There it is. There it is. All right, back to the mouth. Okay, so the mouth has all these little dots and things that will help for spacers. Like I said, almost anything can be used as a measuring tool. I really want to get to those dots real soon, so I'm gonna do this kind of fast. Ooh, that's way too dark. It's okay that that's a little on the dark side because I'll cover it up thinly with white. Well, not white, but off-white. That will get me two things simultaneously. That'll get me my soft edges, and that'll get me a little bit lighter of a value. That went on too dark. But I'm not going to worry about getting as much as the pattern as I was worried about this. It's not that I was like terrified of it. It was just that I wanted to use all those little dots as spacing tools. And in here, I'm a little less concerned. This doesn't really have anything to do with like the spacing of the structure or anything. It's just, the chin is the chin. But I'm going to take this gray, and like I said, I'm going to work into the edges of this fur, and it's going to lighten it. It's going to create texture. It's going to create soft edges. It's going to make it feel like some of these dots are just coming through. Slightly thicker hair than this, although I do feel like the edges of these dots really need to be softened. I mentioned earlier that I was going to use a blending brush. I could use a blending brush, or I could just rough the edges with paint. I feel like a blending brush would be faster. It's just a little harder to control. So I'll put in that blending brush and then just make a really quick decision. I'll know right away if it's working or not working. Again, I usually don't assume that if I do this, it'll do that. I take pretty good guesses on those things, but I always look out for the surprises in a painting. They're usually going to be there. This little section here might be nice to add a little bit of silver leaf or more of the gold. Probably the gold would be more appropriate, but be nice if the backlit hit this segment of the jaw in front of the body. And that was a insight that I probably could have taken a good guess at, and I just didn't. So that's on me. But again, sometimes the painting just inspires you to do something that you weren't thinking of before. And that's I think a really good idea, to allow the backlight to go into the jaw. And so I really want to do that. I'm just going to have to do that with an oil-based gilding. And I mentioned earlier that I use Masick varnish for that. And I think that'll be a really nice touch. So that's gonna take it beyond this sitting. And that's fine. This was already not an alla prima. Not that that really matters. I keep saying that. I think alla prima is a great goal. It's such a skill builder that if you always put it off, it's like, I could keep working on it on the next sitting and the next sitting. You miss that opportunity for really direct, immediate paint, and that building that timing and that finesse with, layering wet into wet. Learning how to problem solve through really difficult patterns, and just you can work with different sheens, different lighting, different just everything. You can just get familiar with trying to problem solve your way through everything. So if you always give yourself that I can just do this next sitting and this next sitting and this next sitting, you're really going to lose the spirit of alla prima, and you're going to miss that skill build. But I've been doing a lot of alla prima lately, and I've done a ton over my career. And this one doesn't have to be. It already wasn't, because I did the drawing in gold leaf on the side.
Yeah, I largely agree with you. And sometimes I feel when I look at my primas, I know that my brushwork is getting better and better over the years. That's good. Great.
Well, Andy is really, really good. Don't tell him I'm complimenting him. That'll make me just sick to my stomach. But Andy is really, really good at alla prima. But I need to go up in that third floor. I can hunt down his early ones. They're dreadful. I mean, nauseating. I mean, they're I'm making up for that compliment. I mean, they're disgusting.
One time Andy told me not to throw away my old paintings, although they look terrible. So he said one day when you look back, you can tell that how much you've already went, and otherwise sometimes it gets stuck and then feels like you never get better.
No, that's exactly right. I say that. I say that to students too. No, that's exactly right. Now, his saying that.
Maybe that's why he still has some of the old ones.
Him saying to you that your painting looks terrible is really awful. No, I'm not.
Andy is yeah. Sometimes he say a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, no, he's generally worthless. I don't know. We got to get him painting again. I know he's busy with the gym a lot, but
I know, yeah. Is he still teaching evening class?
I know evening class is almost over, and he has some things to do. He might get back into those private classes. If he doesn't, I might consider it.
Okay.
I know summer school, night school has been pretty well attended. It's hard for me to carve out time, but if there's a lot of demand for it, I'd do it.
Yeah, I think sometimes Andy is hard to reach out by email or text. He just doesn't reply.
Or smack on the back of the head. He's just hard to get a hold of anyway.
Yeah, and he says, yeah, that's just the way he is, and tell us that don't feel bad about sending him text again. But sometimes I send again, he would just ignore it.
Well, with me, it's not that I ignore it. It's just the timing. Like I'll get the text and it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna drive home and then I'll take care of this text. And then when I get home, it's like the madness of kids in the house and the blah 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 blah. Like all that stuff gets in the way, and then I forget the text. So I would say the same thing for me. If I don't get back to you, it's not that I'm ignoring it. It's just
no, don't worry.
try again.
Complaining at all. I was thinking that one time I want to purchase a small piece from Andy, and I asked him to send me whatever he has, and then he just never replied. I said, well, he's not interested in selling.
Yeah, that's rarely the case for artists. That's not a very safe assumption for artists.
I was telling him that, well, I cannot afford for the big ones, but if you have smaller ones, I might buy some before I leave Baltimore. And that time, he just never replied to my message.
You know what you can do anytime that you are having trouble buying stuff from Andy?
Mm-hmm.
His little brother apparently is quite willing to sell his paintings.
Yeah, do you still work on some smaller ones? I thought yours is quite big usually.
Oh, mine? I mean, I've got a pretty wide range. I was just joking. I'm not,
No,
You wanted to buy his work.
But yours is always very big and usually super expensive, so I don't think I can afford.
I do enjoy painting big, but yeah, I have some small ones. I generally don't like painting minis. But I do. I mean, I've done quite well with minis. I've gotten awarded and stuff. It's just you just work. To me, they take just as long as the bigger paintings, and I enjoy the bigger paintings a lot more.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be super small. One time I liked the shell, but it's already sold.
Oh, I really hope you weren't taking that as a big like like pressure. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're interested, just you can make an offer. You can look at the website and say, hey, how much is this one or something. I don't know. I was just joking about my brother. Really, it wasn't. Well, you know by now that Schuler, the Schuler bloodline is all allergic to business, like in the way we charge people and. So you should know that I wasn't giving you the big heavy like sales pitch or whatever. Can't tell you how many former students still owe my mother. Tuition and stuff like that. It's just kind of the Schuler curse.
I'll be your collection agent.
We need it.
Yeah, maybe when you graduate from Schuler, then you can take this position.
It's a volunteer position.
Well, we definitely need it. I bet all she has to do, we've told her this a million times, all she has to do is reach out to these people and just say, hey, put in something. And I bet they would.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to run on a debt.
No.
Man,
you're right.
I don't. Okay. That's probably not a safe assumption, but I would say most people don't.
Yeah, I would say that too. Lujing, I know that Andy has one cute little dog that is at the school for sale.
Oh, I don't know what. Oh, thanks for the reference, or for the enjoying the demo bit. What am I going to paint next week? I don't know. What am I going to paint next week? I haven't done a landscape in a while. Maybe I'll do a landscape.
It's on the website, but I can take a picture for you.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Let you know.
thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you too. I saw.
Oh, don't worry.
We're having a little side thing.
Yeah, I was responding to a comment.
As you should. That's good.
Hans, do you still have any small scratch board charcoal artwork?
I have an alpaca that maybe I'll be able to finish in time for the show, and I have a little pelican.
Okay, yeah,
I might still have my terrier.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to learn the scratch board before I leave Baltimore. Yeah, that's amazing.
Well, maybe.
His otter?
Oh, yeah, Liz, I'm sorry, I haven't started that yet.
No, not for me. I'm saying, did you ever see his otter? He did an otter. Where can she find that, Hans?
If you type in a Google search for, it's a really cheesy title, so forgive me.
On your website?
No, go to Google. I think it's on my website. It might be. But if you type in Hans Göring One Way or the Otter, again, really cheesy title, it'll come up. It was like third place in Art Renewal Center in, like, I don't know, 2009 or something. Dobsy, the full live is on YouTube. Yeah, on my channel. You just go to live. I'm sorry, what, Luigi? What'd you say, Luigi?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the otter. That was by far the longest I've spent on any one scratch board. But it was awarded pretty well. I mean, like I said, Art Renewal Center. It was on the. It was in one of the Northlight books.
That's my favorite scratch board.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good. I think my favorite was some of the birds that Hans did a while ago. Maybe it's already sold or not.
The only two I have left, I might have that terrier left, and I have the pelican. Are you talking about the, like, red-shouldered hawk?
I'm not an expert on the birds' names.
Yeah.
Some birds that I see before I leave Baltimore. That was a while ago.
Yeah. You graduated from Hopkins in what?
2020.
2020. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Did you do medical illustration?
No, I did my PhD of neuroscience.
Wow.
I'm still working on neuroscience. Yeah, it's a science program.
Wow, that's fantastic.
So I enjoy doing both science and art.
Yeah. That sounds great.
Hopkins.
What do you do, Liz?
What's that?
What do you do besides art?
I'm retired.
Yeah, before that?
Oh, before that, I work with demographic and health surveys.
Oh, that's cool.
Developing countries, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was a great job.
Yeah, I know Lumila is teaching. I'm not sure if she's still teaching.
I don't know.
Yeah, she was a teacher before I graduated from Hopkins.
Well, I think she must still be teaching then.
Well, who?
Ludmilla?
Yeah, Ludmilla still teaches.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, she said she teaches some Chinese people in a society college.
Really?
Yeah, she teaches English.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say she knows Chinese.
No, she teaches English to the Chinese people who cannot speak much of English.
I've never figured out how you teach somebody a foreign language if you don't know both languages.
Yeah, that's how I feel. So I thought it's quite amazing that she can teach.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Yeah, so for students or like my parents who comes to this country and then cannot speak English, so then they have to learn some basic language skills to communicate. Right?
We had a student from China that she said she learned all of her English from watching HBO.
Oh, really?
So like every I don't know how true this is, but every like third word out of her mouth was a cuss word, and that's what she blamed it on.
I think she must be very talented with language. Yeah.
Oh, she was hilarious though, so I don't know how much of it was her being funny or, you know, how much truth there was to that.
Well, but still, I think even if I watch a lot of Japanese cartoon, and then I still cannot speak Japanese. But some of my friends, they can pick up Japanese just by watching these cartoon shows.
Oh, Dobsy, yeah, I'll try to find something for that. Yeah, you know who? Have you ever met Ting Rao?
No.
She's a Schuler student, or at least was. I think she knows like 5 languages.
Wow.
I think Japanese is her native language, but yeah, she's like fluent in like 5 different languages. It's like I don't know. I learned German in college. I think it's all gone now. Well, high school too. I even did the study abroad and everything. I should have really had it down. Like I can still understand some words, but I can't really speak it. But yeah, 5 languages. I can't imagine.
I think you start to like forget about it.
Yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it. Yeah. With a name like Hans, everyone assumes I can speak German. It's like no. A Hans by any other name. What they don't understand is like the Schulers have been in the United States since the 1870s. The Diedisches have been in the United States since the 1870s. The Garens have been in the States since before it was the United States. I'm one of the oldest American families that you'd find. But a name like Hans, it's like, oh, sprechen Sie Deutsch? It's like, yeah, a little bit. From high school and college. Okay. I'm getting my whisker holes in. Again, I got to rough up the edges. I'm going to rough up these edges, just like I roughed up these edges. I'm going to take a blending brush to these spots. Well, I don't know. Maybe it'd be nice to actually put some directional brush strokes in here, but that would take a long time. I don't know. I'm questioning whether I should do blending brush or not. Blending brush is going to make it smushy looking. It might, if I just barely flick the edges with the soft brush, it'll give me the texture edges, but it won't give me the texture in the middle. And so I can take away a little bit of the cartooniness of the hard edges of the spots and create fur textures all in the same shot. It'll just take longer. You know, I don't expect everybody to stay past, midnight or anything. If you want to, that's fine. But again, I don't know how long I'll be taking this. It just kind of needs what it needs. I'm not truly happy with the I'm happy with the pattern. I'm not truly happy with the textures yet. And I really need these branches. I keep saying that. The ear is way underdeveloped. If this stays underdeveloped, I'm kind of happy with that. And I don't really have a good reference for this anyway, because the photo cuts off like right here. So I might be okay with that. Most of this is just me thinking out loud, but I like how it's going. It's still a little incomplete to me. And that pattern took a lot longer than I anticipated. So this little masking here ought to connect to this line here, and it did at one point when the mouth was smaller. At least I think it did. So a lot of my proportions from the initial drawing have changed. That happens. That tends to happen on any painting where you start to hone in. You get into these small sections and they make little shifts outside of their bounds of the big abstract shapes. But I think this happened especially because I was so locked in the pattern that I was missing the hole. And yeah, I really like to point out when I think I've made an error, even though it's definitely a recoverable error. If I don't point those things out, then you miss out on the thought process behind problem solving. And to me, problem solving, the better you get at problem solving, the more any painting is possible. So problem solving is a big part of my repertoire. The alternative is a lot of planning. You can do finished sketches and color studies and, version 1, 2, 3, 4 until you get it right. You can do a lot of prep work and then hopefully never do a whole lot of correction and problem solving. I just lean into problem solving. I think it's part of, where you let the painting speak to you and you find out things that you really didn't think were going to be a part of the painting that just make it a little cooler than you thought it was going to be. I don't know. Maybe not always. Oh, thank you, Dusty. Ooh. 2 times. Missed both times. All right, the whisker's going to look great. The longer I wait on those, the better. So those are definitely final touches because this is going to keep setting up. That's another reason why if I did texture work, it'd all be around here and let it fade out. And then that would make sense of the abstraction even more. So now the more I think about it is I should take little directional brush strokes with kind of a raspy brush like this. This was used in my ostrich brush. The hairs are going in every direction. So if I really load up the paint and just drag the light fur into the edges of the dark and just be mindful that the hairs are going this way and then they're going this way and then they're going this way. And then I'll stop when I need to be near the whiskers. You're not going to see the texture through there anyway. But that's not this stage. This stage is going to be completing, getting this black mask into the edges of the whiskers, the holes for the whiskers. And then I really got to do the ears and the branches. I want to do the branches next. And then then I might address that, because that to me shouldn't take too long. That's going to be a lot of just kind of mindless busy work, and I don't think it's going to be terribly time consuming. Yeah, those can be famous last words, but I don't think it'll be too bad. So, does this need more? I'm going to put a pin in that too. I think it kind of does, but let's just see what the branches look like. The branches are going to be, I'm going to take kind of thin paint. I need more medium. So I'm going to take kind of thin paint. I'm not going to go terribly dark. I'm going to basically do the design that I see there because I like the way it highlights the ear. I'm going to draw it first and just see where it lines up on the cheetah. I'm also going to make sure that it encompasses these little seam lines of the gold leaf, and that'll take the kind of harshness out of it, because these smooth areas are really nice. It's not that I mind the texture, it's just a little distracting. So I'm going to try this with really thin, raspy paint and just see if that's enough. If I can see the gold leaf through it, that'd be kind of cool. But I kind of doubt it'll work, but I'm just going to give it a try. I'm also going to cut into this gold leaf just a little, even covering it over with just clean oil will sometimes dull the gold a tiny bit, and that might be enough. I'm going to keep it kind of thin. I'm going to introduce a little bit of opacity into here. And this might look a little out of place until I get the other branches in. And then, again, it's just a matter of trying it and then reevaluating. I might have to add a little bit more gold into the top of the ear. We'll see what happens. Okay, so one branch doesn't give me enough context, but this is another little spot where it's just a little bit rough on that seam. And the negative shape, I think, leads you right to the eye anyway. And so no need to change that design. You always do what the painting needs for the background. Its only job, not its primary job, its only job is to support the cheetah here. Sometimes you have like a big narrative painting and the background is really important for like what it represents to the painting. That's not this, and that's not typical. Typically, the background is just the supporting mechanism for elevating the subject. So by saying that, I'm not saying it's unimportant. In fact, I think it's terribly important to use devices to make your subject matter pop. But this is going to be multifunctional in that it's going to thin this gold. It's going to break up the background, so the background's just less solid bright, so that the gold leaf can read stronger, and it's going to get rid of this awkward texture, all in the same shot. Now I did pull this out a little bit farther, and I think that was a mistake. So I'm going to make a small adjustment because I like this little bloom of gold there. So I'm going to take this in. I'm going to let this branch swing in. One important aspect of trees. All right, that's not working. One important aspect of trees is that you have to make sure they go from thick to thin. Thicker in the core and thinner on the outside. If they don't, then that's a real problem. structurally that doesn't work, but visually it doesn't work either. So you want to make sure that the tree can support its own weight. If it gets too thin in the core and too thick on the outside, there's no way it's going to hold up that weight. Okay, good. It's still bright. So it's okay. Back to the drawing board. I want little angles. I'm going to thin this. And I am going to shoot it out with a little angle and just make sure it gets a little thicker as it gets closer to the nose. Bad example. Could just copy what I see, which is swing this way out and connect into here. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So once again, I'm just going to get rid of this stuff. Wipes off pretty easy, but any sort of film kills the intensity of the metal. So I'm going to clean it up and then use this cleaner to mop up the excess oils. Yeah, it's not like if that got a little dull, that would be a problem. It'd only be a problem on this rim of backlight, which I think I'm going to have to do a little bit of oil gilding. Yeah, I've kind of already said that, but I think, yeah, I think it'll be necessary. I'm keeping this super thin because it'd be nice to have the metal coming through it. Could always thicken it up if I had to. It's more of an abstract element than anything. It's kind of just like the hint of branches. Again, this is hopefully going to be all about right there. The odd textures of the seams and stuff go great for a branch. I figured that would be the case, but I like how it's working. This is just raw umber. I'm nothing fancy here. I'm gonna leave a little rim around that nose, just a little thinner than I had it. That's about exactly the amount of gold that I want. Let's get rid of that flake. No, that doesn't work. Wait, do you think these branches need more? Because when I hold it up, it still has a little bit of that gold coming through, which is my goal. And it does make the gold leaf backlight pop. So it's checking those boxes. Now, whether it needs more to pull off as a branch, I guess that's just kind of eye of the beholder. I don't need it to be very realistic, though. I just need to make it a decent design and to check those boxes of how it elevates the cheetah. And I think it's, I don't know, I think it's working. Because I could make it solid, but I kind of like its wispiness. In fact, I bet I could pull off little like texture notes in here of bringing some of the metal back as like bark notes, whatever. That's kind of neat. What do you think?
Yeah.
Soften the outside edges of the animal. What I want is this sort of rich backlight. I do need to work on the outside of the edges of the cheetah for sure. The pattern is a little harsh, so like it kind of works that the background's harsh, but I don't like what is happening with the ear. Just because the head got bigger and the ear had to expand, and now there's hardly any gold around it. So that's one area that I'll have to improve the outside edge. But I do kind of want this kind of like really stark backlight when the painting is really catching light. But what I don't want is I don't want it to only depend on that backlight. Like I want it to work even when the light isn't super bright. And so I need to make sure it works in every circumstance. I'm going to take a lot of I really got to work that ear. Ear is the bigger priority right now. One more little branch, I think will do it, and that's this other little damaged spot here. Not damaged spot, but you know, where the seams of the gold leaf were. I'm going to use that texture as kind of like bark, and enough places where the gold can read against something dark. Maybe I'll put another one here. Now all the seams are covered. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The ear is a big priority. I'm going to do that first, and then I'm going to work on some texture work here, ruffle the edges of some of those spots. The backlight around the head, I don't want it outlined, that's for sure. So I'm going to work on getting a pop of bright color for the backlight to come through the fur and kind of illuminate it. And so that'll soften the outside edges. And I appreciate your feedback. You know, so I think there's plenty of places where I don't have to be 100% accurate, but there's also some areas that if fur doesn't have a soft edge, but something else that, you know, doesn't have to be soft then you have an incongruency. If everything's kind of harsh and pattern oriented, then you can get away with it with hard edges, even though it's fur. But you have to decide if you like it. And just getting away with it isn't the goal. So my goal here is to make the gold backlight the brightest element, but I still want it to work when the gold is not very active. And not where I'm sitting, I'm not getting a whole lot of the brightness of the gold, and I'm not quite sure it's doing that yet. But it's just a problem solve away. The ear is a big priority. I'm going to take care of the ear as the next biggest need. And then I need to take another trip around the room and reevaluate whether this simplicity here works. I think so. Whether the weakness of this paint works, I'm a little dubious about that one. And whether the backlight is working, from different viewpoints. So those are all the big goals. Those are things that I definitely want to do before calling it finished for the night. But again, this doesn't have to be an alla prima. I'm definitely going to take some gold leaf over this rim of the jaw. I don't think the neck, but it would make sense to. So maybe, I don't know, maybe not. I just don't want to bring a whole lot of attention to the neck. But there's enough gold that it probably could get away with it. As far as the edges go, yeah, I have enough gold rim in everywhere except for this ear to do a little bit of softness and have refracted light. So we have plenty of different forms of light. We have direct light, that's your computer screens, your sun, your candles, your lamps, skylight, all that stuff. Those are direct light source. That light is going straight to your eye. Then you have reflected light. That's almost everything we see. But when we say reflected light in the capacity of a painting, we're usually talking about how like the upper chest of a portrait will bounce light into the jaw. The maxillary arch will bounce light into the bottom of the nose. The cheeks will bounce light into the eye sockets, things like that. So that's usually what we mean with reflected light. Then there's refracted light. That's bent light that bends around things. So if you look at like a tree in the sunset, that tree will literally turn red. Well, that's because that light is wrapping around all those little leaves that compose the outside edges of the tree. And that's refracted light, bent light. That's your iris. That's why the iris glows on the bottom edge opposite the highlight. That's a marble. That's like a grape, anything with like translucency or transparency where it has light going through it. Then there's projected light. So if you had a marble and you had the light passing through that marble, it's a blue marble, it's projecting blue light into the shadow. That's projected light. And so when I talk about refracted light, I want just a moment where the light is coming through those little hairs of the outside edges without being distracting, hopefully. Again, I'd really like the eye to settle here on the eye. Or the viewer, that's confusing. The viewer's eye to settle on the cheetah's eye. There. Now I'm speaking with clarity. Still need to trim that up a little bit. I tend to bounce around a lot, so I took a little break from the ear, revisit the eye. Again, I kind of broke that protocol when I was working on the spots, but now I'm back. I like to take conscious breaks from just kind of staring at the same spot for too long. That's called eye fatigue. You can just kind of lose how everything relates. You can even lose all the special character of what you're staring at. All because you're just looking in the same spot for too long. So back to this. That was enough of a break to get, kind of a fresh look. Come back to the first impression. Now I might run out of the reference. So if I can make it up, grand. If I can't, then I'll have to switch to my other reference of a cheetah that I already kind of called out thinking I would have to use it. I just haven't yet. For better or worse. So one thing that might be nice for that refracted light is like a pure orange. Let's see if I can get away with that. I think that'd be nice. Then that scratches a lot of itches. That gets the soft edge. It makes this neat color pop. It's believable because warm light is going to come through the subtle fur. The light would be really warm, because the gold is so warm. So all that would make sense. It's definitely not what I see, but so what? Yeah, I'm definitely going to ruffle up these edges for the spots. All right, so let's see what that pure orange would look like. I definitely want to get to the texture. I need to get to the whiskers before I call it finished. We're already at midnight. I don't know. Keep going down these little rabbit holes, but what would a little band of pure orange look like on the edges, softened into the umbers? You know what else this will do? This will provide a bright border. Ooh, yeah. So this will provide a bright border for when the gold is not active. And it'll give a nice kind of color pop. And provide the soft edge. And I always like decisions that work that weren't in the photo. That just fills me with pride. So yeah, I love it. That sounds so braggy. I don't like that, but I am happy how it's turning out. Well, Liz, you've seen a lot of those figure paintings where it's like I didn't develop the background, but I wanted the figure to stand out from the background. So I'll give you those weird color outlines. They always look, I don't know, I guess it's all eye of the beholder, but I always like how they look. So this is like pure color. This is that idea that light could be passing through the thin hairs that comprise the edges. I'm losing my gold a little bit, but I'll put that back in on a future sitting.
I thought you might put that orange when you were talking about it inside his ear.
There is a little bit. I could make it almost pure cad red if I wanted.
Yeah, that looks nice too. But I like what you're doing.
Well, this is a little bit, this is a little bit flat on top of what, but again, this doesn't have to be 100% realistic. I can make artistic, in fact, somebody argued with me on this, and I still think it's true. It's like artistic license is really about intentionally painting something a little wrong for the sake of making it look great. And they say, oh, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be wrong. It's like, well, then it wouldn't be licensed. It would just be a creative, realistic decision at best, if not, I don't know. I think it is true that, like, maybe that's a little wrong to do, but it's a neat decision, and I think it's worth it.
I don't know. It looks like, at least from where I'm looking, like those hairs are being lit up.
Yeah. Well, again, I haven't abandoned the idea of the gold leaf. I want to put it back in when the painting is dry. but I like this color pop. I don't even mind the flatness. Again, just artistic license. It doesn't have to be realistic. It just has to be realistic enough. So let me just show you maybe different angles of the light. So when the gold's doing nothing, it still has that backlight. And when the gold is doing something, that color pop is dark against the bright gold. So I think that's kind of neat. I'm feeling that. So even if it flattened it out a little bit, I'm totally fine with that. So now I want to create some texture. I'm going to have to use thick paint, and I don't have enough oil for that. So I'm going to put some more oil on my palette and then flick this kind of mangy brush into the edges of the pattern, and hopefully not into them. I don't want to cloud the dark. But I do want to break up the flatness of the fur in the face. And I can model some of the value changes while I'm at it. But what I have to be conscious of is to make sure that I keep diversifying the colors. So maybe have a couple mixing piles that I can reference of how I'm going to turn from lighter values to darker values. And I need to be right. I have to be very disciplined to stay right on the very tip of the brush. If I go any further into the brush, I'm going to make a glob, and it's going to not show the texture to what I want. Giving a lot of strength, and I like that. I don't want to take it into here. Obviously, I've talked about how I'm protecting those whiskers, but also too is to kind of fade the intensity from light into dark, from focal into non-focal, and that'll make sense of all this in theory. We'll see. So this is already a 4-hour alla prima. Oh no, it's not an alla prima. Keep forgetting. It's just a very direct painting with gold leaf. Too bright. Okay, so you see how these weird edges are happening? That's okay. That's by design. is now I'm going to flick it the other way and create that kind of velvety texture. So I can show a little bit of a difference between kind of fur in here and more that sort of velvety thin stuff on the nose, which is pretty tough to do alla prima. But I'm trying it anyway.
Are you using gray to do that?
I was using, yeah, kind of gray. There is gray in the pattern because this is a mix of tan fur and white fur, and the white fur and shadow is gray.
So is it kind of like the peach fuzz on a peach?
Yep.
Oh, I love that.
And so I'm just kind of tickling the surface with this kind of mangy brush. I'm using a more of a dabbling technique in here and a slight drag in here. These spots are a little big and a little dark. I can work with that. Anytime you can put the label on what it is you want to do to it, like if I say these are too dark and too big, well then yeah, then it should be kind of obvious that the solution is to cut into them and brighten them. But it's hard to think that way sometimes while you're painting, that the solution really is that kind of cut and dry. And then there's execution. Execution is tough. I mean, the painting process is not easy. It's not for me. It's not for anybody. So, you know, yeah, you could theoretically have the right solution and still mess it up. Like I do a lot of experimentation. That happens to me a lot, where I just really think I have a good plan and it just kind of falls short. Now, fortunately, I do a lot of problem solving, so I'm usually never really daunted for too long. But really, if you can't articulate what the problem is, it's hard to solve it. So just put it into words. That's too bright. Ay, 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 ay. Too bright, too yellow. Another problem solved. Better. I just have to be really mindful not to go thick with the paint. It's like, you've said that like 20 times. I'm telling it to myself. If I have to say it 300 times, I have to say it 300 times. All right, so getting closer to whiskers. Okay.
Wow.
What's well?
Love it.
The painting?
Yeah, I like
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the whiskers.
Me too. Me too. I just want to get this one little texture area, just this like cheek and around the eye, and just get the pattern looking a little less solid edged. I want the edges made of fur, and right now they're just like flat patterns, almost like tattoos. And again, I could get away with it if the whole painting were a little on that sort of flat side, that more design side. You know, like Alphonse Mucha. I think Alphonse Mucha is fantastic. Those drawings and paintings are very flat. Doesn't bother me in the slightest because the style is very consistent. But
I think it looks very good from the camera, at least. So I think maybe it looks different in real life.
oh, this
Yeah.
or Alphonse Mucha? No, I like the way this is looking. I just I think the patterns are very stark, and they don't look like they're made of hair. And I don't need to do anything down here. I might make these look a little more solid because they were just kind of put in very, very thin paint, and they don't need much. But again, I'm not going to go completely crazy here. It might seem like I already am, so I guess I should hold my thought on that. But let's get rid of some of the dark up here. I need to make that ear darker, but I'll do that later. I really better stop adding objectives or this painting will never get done. I'll be sitting there trying to do Easter and fall asleep in my chair standing or something. I'm going too bright. That's making this dark. That's okay. I'll make this brighter. Yep. Okay. So we're just keying it up brighter as we get this texture in. And I think it works, especially if the gold, that orange rim kind of does a little bit of the backlight, and the gold is going to do it even better. But again, the gold is only going to show in bright light, or it's only going to show bright light when it's reflecting it, and it's not always going to be doing that. So I liked that creative solution of the orange outside edge. That was kind of spurned on by asking if I was going to soften the outside edges, and I was like, no, well, maybe. What if we did this garish orange flat border? I like it. Okay, so I'm getting into here. I'm getting pretty close to finishing my thought on these little texture notes. I'm going to, again, switch the direction of the hairs to going downward. And I want to be mindful that some areas are a little orangier and some areas are a little whiter. I felt like this lower eyelid was a little harsh anyway, so this will clean up several things all at the same time. I'm using a ton of oil here, and the only reason is because these little hairs, they need to be able to really pull. And if I was doing thick brush work, it would be too textured. It would cut in too much, but if I didn't use a lot of oil, it wouldn't glide. It would just kind of run out of juice all the time. So I wouldn't recommend this too early in the process. This just seems like the right time for it. But it's going to get very oily. And if you could just see how disgusting this brush is, it's absolutely perfect for what I want it for this stage. It's one of those, like, have you ever seen Richard Schmid paint?
Yes.
This is how he will use ridiculously distressed brushes for like grasses and things like that. Well, I'm using it for hair. That was a little bit of a mistake. I started chasing a little glob of dry paint. That was not intended to do that. But I think it works. It's okay. Again, just roughing up the edges of these spots with fur textures. Was it necessary? Maybe not, but again, I really like it as a creative decision. That did not happen right away. It wasn't a part of my original mindset. My original mindset was to use a blending brush, which could have really destroyed the painting. If I lost all my edges to that kind of smushy blend, if I wasn't super careful with it, then I would definitely lose way too much. And the other problem is that the blending brushes pick up paint and then it deposits it. So if the blending brush hits these dark spots and it mops it up a little bit, then it'll start depositing it into the brown. And then I've lost a lot. And so I'm really glad I'm doing it this way instead of the blending brush. I'm creating a ton of texture, and furthermore, it's pushing all this stuff back as less important and a little further away. So it's accomplishing several goals at once. I love it when it does that. And I want to be able to sink my fingers into soft fur. And that's a little tricky, alla prima. You really have to know your paint layering, the amount of oil to use, the amount of paint to use, the order of the layers, the thinness of the paint where you need it thin and the thickness where you want it to be bold, like here's thick paint. The creative decision of the the backlight, I think, really helped. It wasn't in the original thought process. All right, I'm done with that. Still feel like this could be brighter. All right, so let's get some whiskers in. And I've mentioned it before. I want to do these in pretty much single brush strokes. And these brushes that hardly hold any paint are going to fight me on that. It's a really risky move, alla prima. Just like the texture is a risky move, alla prima too. I'm not really that risk averse with painting in live demonstrations. What can I say? All right, so I need to clear out my hand of anything that might stop me from making the right stroke. I'm going to get a very clean brush, brand new. It doesn't have to be brand new. It just has to be well tapered and clean. But I bought a bunch of really cheapo detail brushes. I mean, I could practically use them and throw them away if I wanted to, but I don't know. I don't. I wash them and reuse them, but they're like 50 cents a brush. I hope nobody like Rosemary is listening. I do really like a high quality brush. just my blending brushes or my detail brushes. They get so compromised so easy that I'm going more of a cheapo route right now. All right, so where do I want to practice first? I am going to turn it sideways to do those long ones. All right, so I have to get thick enough paint, but not so thin or not so thick that it's going to glob. I'm going to create a few kind of risk-free ones. Maybe right here is risk-free. All right, I'm glad I did a trial. That was a disaster. Okay, regroup.
It is the important and risky moment.
Well, I do this with Scratchboard too, is when I want to get used to how much pressure to use, you know, get the feel of the stroke and everything. I'll do it in a place that I just can't make a mistake. Like right there, if I make a mistake, I just wipe it out and do it again. Here is not a great place to do your first whisker. And I almost did it, and I know better. So I'm going to load up this brush and try it again. Maybe this isn't the right brush. It's got a weird goober on the end. What's going on there? Yeah, it was the glue. You know, when you get new brushes, it has the glue on it. Okay, better. Now I'm into the swing of things. Thing is about things like whiskers is there's a point where it's enough, and then there's a point where it's too many. And there's this kind of Goldilocks zone in between. Okay. Still haven't gotten past the glue yet. All right, back to it. Yeah, so I'm very glad I stopped and started it again here. Okay, so here's a little problem solve. If I can grab the background information, I can thin the line. That's only when I've gotten a little sloppy. And because I'm kind of working out the kinks here, I did get a little sloppy. And I'm going to use that black pattern to trim the line just a little. And then the inside edges here are too bright. And that's fine. I'll just do that. Done. Easy peasy. So now we have a few whiskers. We've gotten our first round of experiment down. How thick do I have to go with the paint? How do I drag it? But also too is I'm so glad I did it because the glue on the tip of the brush was stopping it from flowing, like from stopping the hairs from bending, and that was it was making it really tricky to make a fine line. There's texture in here, so that's going to make a terrible whisker. I'm going to wipe those out. Go on. Talked about solidifying some of these spots anyway. All right. So I would be a lot further along if it went well, but it didn't. So the little moment of apprehension worked perfectly. Again, those little tricks. Of saying I didn't want to do any whiskers in the high important areas until I've kind of worked out the kinks in less important areas. It doesn't seem like a statement of genius or anything. It's not, but it's easy to overlook. Yeah, such a sloppy mark. Okay, this brush is not doing what I'm asking it to. So what I might do instead is palette knife. I don't need this anymore. That's pretty risky. I'm not going to do that. What am I going to do? This brush isn't doing what I'm asking it to do. This brush. Let's try this one. Ah, now we're cooking. Okay, so last time on the Lion, those cheapo detail brushes worked great. This time it didn't. And now I've gotten a little higher quality of a detail brush. And it's making fine lines. I shouldn't go pure white though. I think that's too bright. So back to the palette knife. I'm going to mix up a gray that won't stand out quite as much. I'm going to do that with a palette knife so that I have a universal, I don't have to constantly color mix. I'm just going to add a little bit of black into it. Nothing creative here. Again, I like using black as a pigment. I like ivory black in particular. I think it's a great tool. It's not anything more than a tool. The only pigment that I don't really recommend is, I just don't like Viridian, but I can use it. But I buy it that if you use if you use zinc, you're at risk of making your painting brittle, and that could be really bad. So I don't really like using zinc. Okay, that didn't apply as well as I'd hoped. And I've got the mixing color right here to trim it. Doing all this prep work for the moment where I have to drag these long, thick, heavy whiskers. And I'm willing to do enough experiments until I like it and that it builds the sort of confidence I need to pull it off. If the brush isn't going to do it, I'm going to try it with palette knife. It's just palette knife, you know, I like palette knife. I don't have anything bad to say about it. It's just maybe a little harder to control. All right, cool. So it's too early to judge the whiskers too. I want to emphasize that. One whisker is almost never going to do it. And when you get a few in there, it might look like, oh my gosh, these things are heavy and they're just not working. But you get enough of them in there and then all of a sudden it starts coming together. That might happen here. And I'm struggling a little bit, a lot more than I was with the lion. I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's different painting. I've been at this a lot longer too. I did the lion strictly in 3 hours. This seemed to be a tougher painting with that pattern. Didn't see that coming. This little junction here is the reason why it's best to do it in one brush stroke. And that's why I keep having to trim them down, because I'm not pulling it off. But I'm getting more and more practice with each one that I do. Did I just do 2, 2, and 2? What am I doing? Okay. Oh man, wrong brush. Okay, so definitely not my best, but there's still a lot more to go. And again, if I judge them too soon, I might miss that when I get enough whiskers, it'll start to work. Just like the branches, whiskers start thick and they get thinner. I've definitely got to fight that urge to press the brush, which I did right there. But I'll problem solve not by thinning it, I'm going to thicken it elsewhere. This brush just doesn't hold enough paint. It's running out of juice before the edge of the whisker. And again, these are all the ones that I can get away with. And so I think I need to switch brushes again. I do need to thin that one. Too thick. Okay, better. All right, so back to the drawing board. What else do I got? I have this longer liner. That might work. Definitely holds more paint. That's encouraging. All right, so I'm gonna put these detail brushes aside. They didn't do the job. Just because they worked on the last painting doesn't mean it'll work on this one. And by the time I get into the cheat, there's just a lot of them. I mean, just a ton of them. And that's when I'll be battling not only the difficulty of these fine lines on wet paint, but also a little bit thicker paint. So remember, I underdeveloped this area quite on purpose. Okay, so these are all drooping down. These are going more sideways. They're coming out of, really coming out of this area. So maybe, some of them are coming up as high as here. All right, only like 30 to go. Whew, tough. Did nothing. Yeah, I'm going to try the palette knife anyway. All right, so with palette knife, I'm going to get a really fine line as I pull it away. It's just whether it's going to glob or not. And then is it going to hold enough paint? Well, that looked pretty good. All right, so plan what?
Just for longer brush and a longer whisker.
They're really, I'll show you the photo again. They're really long whiskers.
Okay.
They're crazy long whiskers from what I would expect. And what's difficult here is I'm fighting that lip too. Now, I really wanted the whiskers as this kind of element to pull it together and give it that texture for fine detail. I'm just struggling more than I have in the past. But, you know, it just takes what it takes. That got too thick. That's what I was worried about. The other thing about palette knife is it doesn't cross over one to the other very well. Like when these texture globs hit another whisker, they kind of glob out a little bit. So I think this will work for a few of them, and then I'll support the rest with the brush. And then, like I said, I mean, it just takes what it takes. This is like strategy number 4. And each one have kind of worked. Huh?
Yeah, that looks quite cool to me. I've never seen people do the brush, do the whisker like this.
Well, it wasn't my first choice.
Then it's just another choice for me down the road. It's good to know.
So, like I said, I mean, these whiskers on this cat are super expressive. I just really wanted to capture them. And you could hear how much I was strategizing around them in the first place because I really didn't want to compete with thick paint. Okay, that was an easier motion. So, strategy F. I'm going to run out of letters. I could see the glob on the end of the knife. It's kind of gouging at the same time, which is kind of neat. Ah, come on. What a bad decision that was. Yeah, I would say, you know, I've done a lot of whiskers alla prima. I've never struggled this much. But again, I don't shy away from saying that because, you know, you just go from one trick to the next until you get it. And hopefully not ruin what's underneath. And, you know, I'm not going to make any excuses for it. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes what's worked in the past doesn't work for this one. And it's just happening that way for this painting. One other thing I'd say is those whiskers are a little bit on the bright side. So it's a gray too. It's not pure white, but it all depends on the context that it's reading against. So because it's reading against such a dark value, it's looking maybe a little too high contrast. That might just be a glaze, right? If I just glaze a little bit of raw umber in there, it'll keep the balance between orange, white, and orange and white fur, and tone down all the whiskers just with a little bit of a de-intensifier and darkener like raw umber. I don't know. Eventually, I'm gonna have to call this thing done, but it's definitely not finished, not like the other ones. Just for the simple fact that I don't like how inconsistent the backlight gold is right now. And that was just because some of the problem solves cut into it a little bit. And I think I do want to bring together the background spots just a little bit. I might do that real quick before the sitting ends, but I thought there was another thing that had to be done on another sitting, but I'm not thinking of it. Or maybe I already did it. It's just not showing to me right now. So I've said to many people that I'm really not the most precise of painters. And that's why this problem solve is really right up my alley, that the line work got a little sloppy and I'm trimming it with the outside border. And I do that with miniature all the time, because with miniature, I mean, just any tiny deviation from correct looks dreadful. It's like the mistakes get magnified. And so putting in a line that's a little heavy or slightly misplaced and then trimming it with the outside information, that happens a lot with miniature for me. And so that's really all I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of trimming anywhere where these hairs don't quite follow a smooth path, or if they get weak in any one area or they get thick in any one area, then it's worth the little problem solve to trim it or whatever it needs. Doesn't help if the maul stick shifts. I don't have the maul stick of doom. All right. Okay, so what does it need? I'm going to put another thing of, I'm going to make that slightly blue. Oh, shoot, that's super blue. Elevate the highlight of the nose with just a tiny bit of blue. And the reason being is that it's the skylight that's lighting the cat, but it's the sun that's lighting the back. Okay, so soften that edge just a little. I could put a little bit of red in the ear. That's way too much. Yikes.
That looks really red.
That's really red. That's too much. I want a little refracted light. I don't want him to be bleeding. I put a little refraction in the helix too. Right here. Just so there's light passing through. It probably shouldn't be passing through this low because you don't have the head behind it. All right, so the spots, I think the spots are worth adjusting. I don't want them as dark as that, but I want them more solid looking. And I don't think I need to do much with the fur. That's not the spots. I guess the spots are fur too. But I'll rough the edge with the brush stroke and keep it kind of soft, just simply because it's further back and it's way outside of the focal area. I don't want it distracting from the face. So several reasons why I don't want this texture work to be in here. I just don't want it to seem like it's kind of under painted, like kind of that airiness of like that scumble of umber to get the background in, like that Old Master look. I love the Old Master look, but this isn't the background. This is very much part of the cheetah. We'll get this little solid. What else does it need? Okay, so I'm gonna glaze the whiskers. They're just too heavy. I'm gonna redo the gold border. No, I don't know if it needs much more. This already wasn't an alla prima, so none of that changes really anything. So what do you think?
I love it.
Yeah?
I think it's good, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dobbsy. Thanks for joining. I hope I caught her. I hope I said that in time.
I'm going to bed, so
yeah.
Hopefully see you next week.
I should do the same. Okay, so I have to work out with my mother whether or not I can do Saturday class. I really hope so. We kind of talked about it, like maybe it was okay, but she needed to check with Tommy because I'll have to bring my kids.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you cannot do that. Just join your evening session if you are doing an alla prima again.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm still hoping to finish some of the details of the lace before that, and then in the class we can think of doing some glazing overall, and then work on some like bigger things instead of me sitting there drawing the single lace details, and that can take forever.
It does take a while, yeah.
Is yours finished?
No, I only have that one little section done. I took a break from it so I could do some animal paintings to help promote the show. And besides which, it not only is the painting getting a little boring to watch because it's just getting into that pesky detail work, but also too is like, I don't know, I went like, what, 3 weeks without doing an alla prima, and I think people will get more out of the alla prima like watching the video. So I needed to mix it up a little, and I'm happy to get back to it. I was thinking about finishing that painting more as like producing the videos. So I still want 100% of the video being, 100% of the painting in video. Like you're not going to miss any brush strokes. But to sit there and watch that would be like watching paint dry. I mean, it's just so slow.
I understand. My science project is very similar recently. I've been doing some very tedious and labor-intense work. Yeah, I've been working a lot even over the weekends in the past few weeks.
But I mean, once you get the lace tablecloth down, once you get the pattern kind of underway, you understand it. It's really just kind of mindless busy work. It doesn't feel very creative. It just feels slow and tedious.
Some of the science work is the same.
So
it's tedious and
birds of a feather. Okay, sounds good. All right, what about you, Liz? You out of here? Oh, did Liz already leave?
I think I'm gonna go to bed too.
Yeah, I think I need to too. I was gonna say I better call this. It's been, oh my gosh, 5 hours. I said matter of factly that I wasn't gonna go to 1.
Okay.
I guess I am a total liar.
No. But it was a really good session.
Thanks.
The pictures look fantastic. They look really good.
I appreciate it.
I can't wait to see it when you bring it in the studio.
Yeah, like I said, I have just a few little things that I want to do to bring it together, but I think I could probably even do that tomorrow. Yeah, I'll record it, and I'll dub the whole video together.
Have a nice Easter.
You too. All right.
With your mom?
What's that?
Are you gonna be with your mom?
We talked about it.
Okay.
I don't know. You know, the kids already had their Easter with my mother, and it's a long drive to Annapolis, so I don't know.
All right. Well, anyway, enjoy the holiday, and I'll see you when I see you.
You too. I'll be in Wednesday.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
See you then. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Okay. Thank you, Dobbsy. Yeah. Let's think about a landscape. I'll see. I'll look at my references. It's probably not going to be plein air at 8, 9 at night. Although this area is kind of safe. I'm in Hampstead, but yeah. So there's the painting. A few little tricks to do left, and I really like how the eye turned out. I think that the whiskers are maybe a little bit bold. I was just struggling to get them down so much, and that's rare. I don't know, win some, lose some. But it might be nice to tone down the gold leaf in the background just a little bit, but I kind of like it. So I'm going to hold off on that until I can get that fresh application of the gold leaf. I think I need to bring the neck out a little bit. I might just do that now. But yeah, this definitely has to end sometime. This is already way past what I thought I was going to do time-wise. But again, that pattern took way longer than I thought. All right, I'm going to bring the neck out. Got to be done. Done. Okay. Well, good night. I've got to call it. So have a great Easter, and thanks for joining me so much. And hope to see you the next time. So good night.